ready. Let me know what better way to test this microphone than to talk about my 27th birthday that I had last weekend. And I wanted to do a little ramble about what I did, where I went, what surprises occurred, because there were a lot of surprises. When I say a lot, I mean probably the most I've ever had in a single birthday. And yeah, boy, I love surprises. Freaking love them. Let me know if you like surprises, but I love surprises, so I never get them that often. So this was awesome. But sit back, relax, put this on the background, or you know what to do. You know what to do. But let's set the stage. So your boy was born in Massachusetts. I am a Massachusetts, New England, Eastern USA type of boy. I actually was born in a blizzard in '97. And I am a twin. So I was born to my mother, who is amazing, in a blizzard on January 21st, 1997. Along with my sister. And my brother at the time was 6 years old. And that's our family. My brother, my twin sister, my two parents. We all grew up, our family unit grew up in Massachusetts. And that's where most of them still are now. My mom and my dad are in Massachusetts. My brother and his wife, because he got married, is in Massachusetts as well. My twin sister and I are both now in California. We do not live in the same city though, although I wish we did. I live in Los Angeles, California, and she lives in San Francisco, California, which is, I don't know, I've never flown it, but I think it's like an hour flight, but I always drive. I have my beautiful car named Pearl, which is a white, I was literally thinking, like, what if I just showed you her? I don't think I will, but it has like a white Honda Civic with pink plates and a pink cowboy hat dangling from the mirror. So, my birthday this year was on a Sunday, and my sister and I, ever since after COVID, we have always done something together to celebrate our birthday. Last year we went skiing, which you can actually, if you go deep dive on my Ramble videos, you will see my 26th birthday. I do a ramble about that whole story, so if that interests you, go check it out. And then the year before that we went to Joshua Tree, so my sister and I were going to do something, but then, get ready, my parents decided this year to come out to San Francisco to join us, so we weren't going to just be us two, which I personally was really excited because last year, like 2023, was very difficult for me, as many of you have seen through the journey. I don't know how it was for you. I feel like it was very difficult for a lot of us. A huge emotion I felt throughout the year was loneliness, and it was funny because I was doing all these videos for you guys, and I feel connected to you, but even if you're very social and outgoing, you can have moments in your life where you feel alone. So I felt a lot of that last year, and I was telling my parents, just kind of the hardships of it, how I really, miss family, and I'm 27 now, but my foundations in life have switched, and I don't know if you have felt this yet, if you're my age, older, younger, but there's a time in life where reality hits, and your priorities begin to shift, and a priority that I wasn't really putting as a priority was family, and I realized last year that I missed them a lot. So my parents, knowing that, they, bless their hearts, they decided to come and join us for our birthday. So that was lovely. Mind you, my first birthday in Los Angeles was alone, and no one remembered my birthday. Like they did. My coworkers didn't remember my birthday until like the end of the day. So your boy's been alone, and I've made videos about why it's important to be alone, and what it feels like, and what we learn, and check out those videos too, because growth happens. Growth is not pretty, but it happens, and hours to SF. And I drove up the 101. It was kind of scenic, but it was really, really hazy. It's been really hazy in LA, kind of like China, and I was just like, oh, this is disgusting. But your boy literally listened to music the entire way through. I tried to do like a Harry Potter book. I think it's like the third book, because I listened to them on my other drives to SF before, because I visited my sister before by driving, but your boy just didn't want to do it. I love driving, so I drove up, and my parents are already there with my sister, and they're eating dinner, and so I drive up to the restaurant. I park, it's dark, I'm sweaty, I don't smell great, I'm tired, but I'm really excited to see my parents. And this is where the first surprise occurs. So I park my car, I walk to the restaurant, and they've been there for like an hour, so I'm kind of like, oh, they've already eaten and everything. I walk, I look through the window, and I see my parents there, and I'm like, oh my god, cool. I expected them to like stand up and say hello, but they don't. They stay sitting, which I was like, this is strange. So I walk through the door, and there's like this curtain on the door, and I pull the curtain away, and I see my dad recording me. Like, he's sitting down recording me, and everyone's just sitting still, and I was like, this is weird. And then I look over, and guess who's sitting next to my sister? My motherfucking brother. My brother. My brother, who I didn't know was going to be there. I suspected he might, and I'll tell you a little bit about that and how I kind of like maybe picked up some hints, but my brother surprised me there, and I lost my shit. I literally couldn't have asked for a better birthday present. It's rare that I get surprised. It just takes a lot of planning, and my twin sister hates surprises, so we rarely do them. Yeah, so we're there, and my dad immediately hugs me and goes, oh, and Lauren is coming too. And Lauren is my brother's wife, and I was like, holy moly, because she never comes to anything, really. She's been going through a lot in her life. And mind you, they all flew across the country to spend this weekend with us, so she wasn't there. She was on a later flight, which I'll get to in a sec, because I go pick her up. But we eat dinner, it's tapas, it's very fancy food, and I don't really eat much. I've been on this, one of my New Year's resolutions, which I don't know if it's healthy, but for me, you know, I love trying new things. One of them is to not eat at night. I'm trying to do like a intermittent fasting, so because I used to, when it was really dark out, I would eat. Like, when I get bored, I would eat, and I would watch TV until like 10 p.m. or 11, and I wanted to, for me, something I want to work on my body. I kind of want to get a little bit skinnier, and I want to get maybe abs, and a lot of it's body fat, and I knew, you know, fasting could be healthy for you, so I decided, you know, by 7 o'clock or 8 p.m., I'm not going to eat until 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. I'm not doing like 7 p.m. to then like noon, but I'm just like not eating at night, and it's been great. But so it was kind of late. I ate some food, but I didn't really eat much. I was not hungry, and then it was my brother, my parents, my sister, and my sister's boyfriend. So my sister's boyfriend hung out with us the entire weekend, and it's a process. Tell me if you relate to this, if you have any siblings, or even if you have a best friend. So when they get into a relationship, they get so cuckoo, and I've never been in love, so I'm not there yet, but when they bring them around to family, they are so way more connected to that person than the family is, so it just, the dynamic changes. It feels different, it feels weird, like, you know, my favorite person, my sister, all of them are my favorite people, but my sister, you know, has this new major love of her life that I don't know anything about, or know personally at all, and he's now with us on our birthday. has handled their relationship, because we aren't excited to like let him in, and a lot of that stems down from us getting attached to people and then like them being broken up and it getting wishy-washy. So my family's on the way more reserved side for like letting people into our family because we don't want to get hurt. I think that's my perception of it. But when I heard that, I was like, I love my sister and I want to be the best brother possible and I want to make her feel loved. So when she asked, because I think she did, I kind of forgot what she did, but I assume she did, about him joining for her birthday, I was like, go ahead. And so although it's weird, right, it's uncomfortable having this new person in your vicinity that you don't really know well, especially for something like an intimate day like your birthday. But the only way to get to know him better is by doing these days, by having him around. So I embraced having him around all weekend, and honestly, it was my favorite thing was just seeing my sister so happy. So I'm focusing on that and less on what it feels like for me. My whole mantra this year is to love fully, to give in fully, and I thought that was a great way to do that. So he was with us. We finished dinner. We go back to an Airbnb. I then find out, like, the Airbnb, my brother's staying with us and his wife, and I'm on this pull-out couch, but I'm grateful it doesn't matter, and while they're in a bedroom, and I then, it's like 10 p.m. My mom, bless my mom, she is totally jet-lagged, because California time is 3 hours behind East time, and she was to bed at 8 p.m., and we had dinner at 7 p.m., like 8 p.m. Western time, so she's beat already. She goes to bed, and my brother's tired too, but we go out to a cocktail bar. I buy him a cocktail, we sit for like an hour, wasting the time, so then we can go pick up his wife. Mind you, I brought a Pearl in my car because I thought we were all going to be driving her. We didn't really drive her at all this weekend because my dad rented out a van because there's like 8 of us. 7 of us, actually. So, you go pick her up, I give her a huge hug. I love having her. She's an angel, and my favorite thing I'm learning too is like, yeah, it's great to be with immediate family, but when their lovers are with them, it's so awesome to see how it brightens your siblings' mood. Like, my brother, because I've been on vacation without Lauren for some times because she's so busy, and I love my brother when he's that, but when she's around, he's a little bit more goofy, he's a little more silly, and it was just such a beautiful energy to have around for her birthday. I also really appreciated having them all around for my birthday because, I think it was just Kat and I, my twin sister. Maybe the boyfriend would have been around a little bit more. I doubt it, but it's nice, having the boyfriend around. And then I also have other people I can, like, pay attention to. I don't have to feel like I'm the odd one out, right? So we pick her up, we then go to bed, and then we wake up, and this whole weekend, y'all, it was raining. It rained all weekend. So on Saturday, we went to this Salesforce tower. That's where my sister's boyfriend works. And at the top, you can see all of SF, but it was foggy AF. So we didn't see a thing, or we did. And we got free coffee. I don't know about you, but my family, we plan things via meals. So we're like, okay, lunch we're gonna do this, and then dinner we're gonna do this, and then we'll fill the in-betweens. So that night we went to a pizza place, very good. They made a Shirley Temple. I love Shirley Temple, so I ordered a Shirley Temple. But then they made this Shirley Temple with like a homemade grenadine, and it was so bad. And I was like, what is this? And he's like, oh, it's our fancy grenadine. And I was like, I love that it's fancy. I was like, thank you. Like, it looks great. I love that it's fancy, but can I get a Diet Coke instead? Because it just didn't taste good, y'all. Like, I need that, like, cheap grenadine for the Shirley Temples. And if you never had Shirley Temple, next time you're music. My mom was singing. We all were singing together. We were all popping jokes. And it was just so lovely being all together and enjoying it. And then we went to this restaurant that basically it was like on the side of the road, and it was basically like a diner. We went to a diner for breakfast in the Redwoods, ate there, and then we drove. Oh my god, this is the best part. Then we drove. So food was really good. I got pancakes, some bacon, yum yum. And then it started to really rain, and so then we kept driving, and we got to the edge of the coast of the Pacific. And we're like south of San Francisco at this point, and we go, guess where we go? We go to Taco Bell Cantina. There's a Taco Bell Cantina that's on the ocean, on the mother effing ocean. And so we go there, and I get nachos, and I get, what's that drink? Let me know in the comments. That green drink that you only get at Taco Bell. I got that. It was amazing. We saw surfers. We saw people trying to go in the ocean that didn't have wetsuits. They were freaking freezing. It was freezing. It was funny. You could tell there were three of us. There was two guys that were really like going for it, and the last guy was like behind them, trailing, and you could tell he really didn't want to go in. But his friends were like pushing him too. They were like waving him in. So that was really fun. And then we drive back home, and this weekend it was the playoffs, so I always forget, but my family is so into football. I don't know about yours, but it's my brother who's into football, and my mom. Like, think of this, like, older, really cute, really small woman, really, like, best woman ever, super kind to other people, really generous, thoughtful, spiritual, very liberal. And then this woman is yelling at the TV, telling the Patriots to, like, fucking go. But I've been following football, so the Patriots used to be really good. The Patriots are not good anymore. So we are now 49er fans, I guess. It's just because Kat lives there, and her boyfriend is from San Francisco, so we watched 2 games, and then it was so fun. We basically just stayed in the rain in our Airbnb, watched football, ordered wings and sushi. I don't really like sushi yet. I say yet because like I never really had it, but everyone loves it, and it freaks me out because I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it should be food. Like, it's just fish. I don't know. Let me know what type of sushi I should try if you are a sushi fan. But yeah, and then we go to bed. I love going to bed, and then we wake up, and my sofa is makes me really tired. Like, it's achy. Like, I'm not sleeping well. I'm also the sofa's in the kitchen, so every morning my mom comes in at 4 a.m. Like, I hear everything. Yeah, boy, I'm a snorer. I snore so bad. I have a deviated septum like no other. It goes zigzag both ways. But then God made me that I'm also a hella light sleeper. So your boy can drown out all the noise with his snoring, but then he wakes up at like a footstep. It's weird. But I could have gotten annoyed, and I kind of did at some points, but one of my favorite things that happened during the trip was that I would be sleeping, and everyone would come in, and they would whisper, thinking they were quiet. They weren't quiet. I was up, like I couldn't sleep, but the fact that they all tried to be quiet made me feel really loved. And my dad even made me coffee and gave it next to me one time, even though I didn't drink it. Oh, also sorry for that noise. People be going to the bathroom above me. But what else? Sorry, that kind of threw me, but we woke up, and then on our birthday, it was so sweet, like, oh, what do we do? So my sister didn't stay with us, she kept staying at her place, but we pick her up, and then, we go get these awesome-ass burritos, we bring them back, my other family members got us coffee, and it's just so sweet to wake up. I woke up that morning, and I got out, and everyone just said happy birthday and hugged me, and it was just, embodies everything, and it's so good to feel that, and if you're feeling alone ever, I want you to know that, God or the universe, we're kind of meant to feel that, because I think it puts everything in perspective and makes us appreciate the moments where we're not. And like I said, since last year, I really felt that. I really even appreciated this more. I didn't care what annoying things I did. The fact that they were all there, and they hugged me, and they loved me, made me really care for them. I don't know if you've seen the movie We Are All Strangers yet. It's out. It's technically like a gay film with, Adam Scott, no, Paul Mescal, and, I forgot the other guy's name. He's the hot priest in, oh my lord, the hot priest, the hot priest. But that film is amazing. It's all about, they have this line in it where it's like, he's talking to his mother, and he's just basically like, family is bickering, like you're meant to bicker, and you're meant to get mad at each other, and that's what family is in love, and like that's what's beautiful about it, and I felt that. So we got to burritos, and then what did we do on our actual, then the sun came out. Oh my gosh, it was supposed to rain all day, but the sun came out on our birthday. We went to the Painted Ladies, which is those iconic houses on a hill, for like Fuller House. We went to go see that, and it wasn't raining. And then we went to across the Golden Gate Bridge. And what was cool about this whole trip was like my sister-in-law Lauren had never been to San Francisco, so we were showing her everything for the first time. We let her drive in the front seat. Like, it was so cool. And we went to Land's End. We saw the Golden Gate Bridge. We went across the bridge to, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the names, but not Mendocino. There's a town right across from the bridge, and then we went to the suburb, not Turin. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry I'm butchering this, but if you know, let everyone else know down below what I meant by the two cities. And my favorite thing about this trip was being in the car singing, but also how many photos my family took. We never take photos, and what would happen is we'd be at the bridge, and they'd be like, okay, let's take a selfie, because we don't want to bother anyone, right? And then maybe we'd have someone take a photo of all of us. Then what we would do is, then it would be like, I'd be like, hey, Kat and Sean, it's my sister and her boyfriend. I'd be like, hey, do you guys want a photo? Because, right, I'm trying to become this loving entity of a brother. And so I would take photos of them. And then my mom and my dad would be like, oh, well, let's get photos of Kat and Nick, the twins, for their birthday. So then we would take a photo. And then we would be like, oh my god, Mom and Dad, let's take a photo of you guys. And then we'd take a photo of my parents. And then we'd be like, oh, let's take a photo of, my brother and his wife. And so then we all went around taking photos of our couples. And then we took photos together. And it was just so lovely to see those photos and to share them. And there's something really special about taking photos. And I don't know about you, but sometimes I'm kind of like, oh, what's the point? The point is you're intentionally being like, this is important. Let's create a way to remember this. To remember these people together. And it's cute to see the couples, like how they, see my brother kiss his wife, and my dad and mom like giggling together, and me and my sister even with her boyfriend. It's just cool. So I absolutely love that, and I feel so grateful. I'm grateful for God and the universe for letting that occur. And yeah, and then that night we went to a steakhouse. I love steak, even though I don't think I'm allergic, but I have a little, if you ever hear me struggling, talking, whispering, it's really hard. ASMR, if you ever tried it, I have like a small esophagus. Ever since I was little, I can't really swallow things amazingly. Sometimes I struggle, and steak makes that happen sometimes. But not this time, because the steak was tender AF, and it was so yummy. And cream spinach, we had the sliced onions. It was so good. And then we go home, and my mom and my dad, when we were children, my sister and I used to get, this sounds, I realized how freaking, like, I'm just very grateful how, like, privileged this is. It does not, I get that. We can be grateful for whatever happens in our life, right? So I'm grateful for this, as you should be grateful for whatever occurs in your life that makes you feel loved. But as a kid, my parents used to get us 2 separate birthday cakes. When we had a birthday party, we get a girl's cake, how do you get a boy's cake? Very sexist, I know, but it was the 2000s. And then we used to just get 1 cake, but my parents, they got us 2 cakes, and I joked before they brought the cakes out, I was like, oh, like, imagine if there was 2, and they gave us 2, one was a chocolate cake, and one was a marzipan raspberry cake. They sang happy birthday to us, my sister and I held hands, we did our wishes, blew them out, and then we blew out all the candles all at the same time, so that's very lucky. And then we did presents. I got this wonderful microphone. I wanted to invest in this channel, into you guys. I'm excited because this can go long distance, so maybe I can do more videos on the couch in the living room. If you want that, if you like that setup, let me know. And I wrote my sister a card, and I gave it to her, and it's really good. She didn't write me one, which made me kind of feel a little upset because I kind of wanted us to exchange cards, but I'm realizing love is not about receiving all the time, it's about giving, and I'm happy I gave her a card and made her feel good, and so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I know how much she loves me. She's just busy, and she's in her own world right now, and I'm so happy for her. And then we go to bed, and then the next day, I wake up at 5:30, get in my car, and I drive 6 hours to LA. I get back at 11 a.m., take a 1-hour nap, and then I go back to coffee shop, work at 1:30 until 6:30, and that is my weekend. It rained the entire time driving back, so, but, yeah, that's my 27th birthday. It's one of the best birthdays I've ever had. Being surprised by my family, it was just incredible. I feel really lucky. Let me know what your favorite birthday has been. Let me know, if you were to have a surprise birthday, who would you love to see? Who would you love to have been there? And you never know, maybe it can happen in the future. Family is really important, and things that I look forward to in my 27th year of life. I look forward to slowing down, to finding what's important to me, and to loving fully, and to loving into you guys, having our community grow, creating our community. Yeah, I'm just so blessed to have you here. I hope you know how blessed you are to feel alive. I know, trust me, I freaking know how hard life can be. And it's weird because even if you know it's hard, it doesn't make it feel any better. I'm not here to alleviate that pain, but I just want you to know that that is part of the beauty of life. It's gonna suck, it's gonna knock you down, it's gonna make you feel worthless at times, but you're as worthy as anyone else in this world to have everything you want. You will have everything you want. It's just on its own timeline, and that can be frustrating, but we're meant to slow down. You're meant to slow down. You're meant to have breaks. Love yourself. Invest in the people around you. You may not think they're perfect. You may think they have flaws. By investing in them around you, it's gonna choose to invest in yourself. Stop waiting for the future. Stop dwelling on the past. You are here right now. You're beautiful, flawed, ugly, lame, edidistic self. You are valuable. You are needed. You are kind. You are the universe all in one package. You are God, whatever you believe that to be. You give love because that's what you are. And that's what I hope I am to you as well. And that's what our community is all about. So, if you want to support us, if you want to support me, these people that watch this video, because we're all connected. I know you guys don't see each other, but we really are all connected. You have so many people like you. Subscribe, hit the bell notification, do all those YouTube things, like, comment. I want to hear from you. If you really want to support, click that join button down below. That's the best way to support this channel. But you just being here is enough, especially that I thought maybe could be a benefit to you and just be a lovely reminder for you. So sit back, relax, and let's get into our topic today, which is why fear of failing is stopping us from a lot of things. And I failed really big time today. And I want to share that story with you, and I think it will resonate, but I am training for the LA Marathon, which is on March 17th, 2024. It is 7 weeks away, 7 weeks away, which is a little terrifying, and I have been training since September. I did a long run today. So for the marathon training, it's broken down into, you'll do like a recovery, relax run, a few miles during the week, and then you'll do a speed run, and then you'll do a long run, so it's usually like 3 runs a week. And I had my long run today. I was supposed to run 15.5 miles. To put that in perspective, a half marathon, you know, the race that like a lot of people, it's a lot to train for, that's 13.2 miles. So I went in today with the goal of hitting 15.5, and I woke up at 6:30 and I went with a friend to the beach. So in Los Angeles, where I live, there's this really beautiful like boardwalk, sidewalk that a lot of people run and bike down, rollerblade down from Venice all the way up to like Palisades. If you ever come to LA, definitely go there. It's beautiful. It's where the Santa Monica Pier is, Venice Beach. I go there for my long runs because it's on the beach and it's beautiful. So today I went to go pick up my friend who was going to rollerblade while I did this. And this was no easy task because we got there at 7, which was amazing, but my runs take a really long time, and I told my friend that. I was aiming for it to be more than 2 hours, which is the length of a movie. And she was cool with that, so she rollerbladed, and we kind of went our own ways eventually. So I did not hit my goal today, which was really interesting, and I want to talk to you about, well, if you're a runner, I want to talk to you kind of about like the things that I've been learning as a runner for the marathon that's been very surprising, that I think could be really, it goes with life itself as well. So I want to share that with you, but even the message you'll understand. So let me just talk about what's really cool about the marathon first off. So I don't know if you've ran a mile or 2 miles, you probably have in gym class, right? So that's like very fun to do. Very, very fun to do. But I've really loved doing a marathon because long distance running is really, really fun. Because not only is it hard, you know, you athletically have to be there, but you also mentally have to be there as well. There's a lot of strategy that goes into running long distance. And let me tell you a little bit about it. I think this is what life is like, too. Life takes strategy, right? You just can't wake up one day and do it. Which is kind of the fun part of it. I think most goals are like that, but today I was running and I used the Nike Run Club app, which is totally free. You should totally do it if you're interested in running. It is amazing because there is a guided run element. So his name is Coach Bennett, and he will talk to you through every single run that you do. You sometimes have guests on as well, but you listen to it while listening to your music, so it's really awesome. I have a running playlist I listen to, and it's really fun if you ever ran, but like you get used to the music order and you know where you're supposed to feel on each beat, basically. But today it was 15.5 miles and it was supposed to be 25k kilometers. The way that we break up the long runs, which I think is so brilliant, is he breaks them up into fours. I was gonna say like quads. And this, like, tell me this isn't cool. So the first, so you break it into four. So for this, it was like every 6 kilometers. Basically, we would have a different section. So the first quarter was a warm up. So the first first 6 kilometers was a warm up, which is basically around like 3 miles, or 4 miles, basically. It's around 4 or 5 around 4 miles. And my mile pace that I'm trying to hit for the marathon is 10 minutes per mile. When we do the warm up run, like today, I was going 13 minutes per mile, which is very slow. So you're supposed to pull back a lot. You're literally just one foot around the other, getting your body warmed up. That's like the goal for the first 4 miles. And it takes energy not to start running faster, because, you know, when you run faster, you finish earlier, or so you think. Well, the reason you go really slow is because the energy that you're saving, you are going to need at the end, and that is a lesson I learned today. And I went really, really slow in the beginning, like the 13, minutes, and then we got to our second section, which was from like, the next 6 kilometers, and for that he says, okay, now you're running, drop into your pace and go, which is really fun to do. So you're dropping, you're going, and he says, and then from that section on to the next section, you basically go kind of an autopilot. You never wants you to admit that, but what he was saying was, he was like, trust your pace. Don't use your mind. Just think of other things, because he said that at the end you're going to really need your mind to push you through the end. Take this a note, because this is, I think, everything with life in general and goals. So you get into the routine of running, and by mile 10, I was loving it. I was running, and it was really nice in the morning. I ran from like 7 to 9:30 a.m. and it was beautiful out. There's mountains and oceans, and everyone's running, and you're listening to music, and you get in a groove, and it was just, I felt myself flying, and I loved it. And I remember thinking, being like, oh, if I just keep this up, I was like, I only have 5 miles left. I can do that. That's not difficult. Little did I know. So I run all the way up the coast, and then I go turn around and come back, and when I hit mile 12, my headphones die. I never run without music. I don't know if you're a runner, and if you've ever ran without music, let me know in the comments. I don't like to, but my sister and other people do, because it's more meditative, apparently. My headphones die, and I'm like, okay, I'll get into, I'll do the meditative state. Now, the thing that you should know about me is the longest I've ever ran, ever, is half marathon distance, is 13.2. That's the longest I've ever ran. I tried doing this long run once before, and I only could get to that. So when I hit that today, which was really, was a big moment, because I was like, I want to get past that. Something crazy happened. I hit a wall, and for marathon runners, have you ever heard about the wall? Well, fierce is at mile 20 usually, and it's because when you're prepping for the marathon, you will only run 20 miles for prepping. The next 6 miles usually is off of adrenaline. Think of it like when you're training for something, you're not going to go all out in the training segments of it, right? You're going to get as close as you need to, and then on the day, you're going to push yourself even more. Well, I didn't really put this in consideration that I would hit a wall myself at 13.2 miles, because that's the longest I've ever ran. So when I got past that, it was crazy. My mind just turned into slime. It literally happened in 5 minutes or so. I was running and I was very much like, oh, we can do this, like just get to the Ferris wheel, just get to like landmarks. And then I got to a point where I literally was like, okay, get to the trash can, get to the bathroom, get to the like things very closer. And then my mind was like, I was literally like, I want to stop, you want to stop, how much longer, you want to stop, you want to stop, you want to stop. And my mind could not shut up, and it kept overwhelming me so much that I had to stop. So I finished at 14.33 miles. I didn't get to my 15. It was supposed to be 15.5 miles. I stopped. And I was so overwhelmed with the negative thoughts. I was very frustrated that I couldn't hit my goal, because I was like, if I can't hit that goal, how am I going to hit a marathon? But I did something. You know what I freaking did, which I like that I did, is that right after that, because I knew I was like a little disappointed, I started clapping for myself. Yep, I literally just started clap, 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 because, you know, this is the lesson I hope that you get, that I'm learning, I'm getting to, is that, yeah, I didn't hit my goal, but I did damn well, and I did my main goal, which is like, I ran the first that I ever ran in my entire life. Yeah, it wasn't 15.5, but it was 14.33, and so even though it wasn't what I wanted and hoped for, I still succeeded, and I think that can be said about a lot of life. So if there's any goals that you have set out for yourself that you haven't hit, it doesn't mean that it was a failure or a loss. And yeah, you failed the goal, but the reason you have goals is to get to goals. And so, like, your process to getting to goals isn't failure. You just didn't hit it on that day. And yeah, so I was bummed, but I have faith that I'll pick it up and I'll get better. I have 7 weeks to go, and I'm going to keep going longer and longer, and I just want to share that with you because I really think I have a really strong mind. I believe that, you know, we all have our lows, but I was just so overwhelmingly shocked with how much mental work it takes. I literally walked away being like, I need to meditate more. It was just so hard, absolutely so hard, and it overwhelmed me because I was like, if it's this hard, I can't imagine what it's gonna be like during the marathon at mile 20. So if you're a runner, if you have any advice, any tricks or anything, let me know. If you're in LA, go see me. I'm gonna be it's March 17th. It's on St. Patty's Day. You'll see me run. And if you're curious on following more of my running journey, I'm gonna link down below my Strava account, which is it's free. You can download it if you don't have it, but you basically see where I run, when I run, and it automatically uploads right when I finish. And you can support me there. You can give kudos and stuff. But yeah, I wanted to share this because I want to remind you that goals are meant to be hard, and if they aren't, if you keep getting them, like the big goals, you're not making it more difficult for yourself. I mean, it's not hard enough is basically all I'm saying, but I just want to share my failure with you and to let you know that this all happens, right? But it's just a process. I was proud I took ibuprofen so my legs aren't shot as much as they used to be, but yeah. I hope that you're doing really well. In the long run, I'm really proud of myself, and I'm excited to see what happens. But yeah, I hope you have a wonderful night. Help us get to 3K. So if you haven't subscribed, that would mean the world. And if you made it this far, leave a running man emoji. Side note, actually tried to film this twice before this video today. And I was about not to make this video again, but I wanted to make it because I thought I learned something that I wanted to share with you. And it's also the idea of like physicality. It's good to be strong physically, but if your mind isn't in the right place, or vice versa, if your body's not in the right place, you need everything to work. So when everything grows at its own time. So be good to yourself. I'm saying that to you, but also to myself. And then, yeah, like, comment, subscribe. You know how YouTube works. I don't need to say it all the time. We have a membership program. Consider joining. And you can get your bee on the wall. And yeah, just be extra good to yourself. You're doing amazing. Goals are meant to be hard. You are gonna hit your goals. You just might not hit them on the timeline you want. That's not necessarily a failure. It's just a learning lesson, right? Yeah. Okay. Have a great night. I'll see you soon, my friend. Bye. Hey, how are you doing today, tonight, whenever you are watching this? I hope you're getting cozy. If you've been here before, welcome back, my friend, and if you're new here, welcome. This is just a channel called Nick's Ramble. My name's Nick. I like to talk to you about stuff. Hopefully you'll find this relaxing, and I kind of want to share this with you, because honestly, I view the idea that, like, you clicking on this video, this is meant for you, or at least supposed to get you thinking about certain things. So I wanted to share with you guys a life update. What's been going on in my life? Your boy's scared about a couple things, and I wanted to kind of talk to you about, like, my mindset on the last few months, what's been going on in my life, and yeah, I would love to hear what's going on in your life in the comments below if you're feeling brave. So share that if you want. But yeah. So I wanted to make this video because I am 4 weeks away from the marathon, the Los Angeles Marathon, which a lot of you know I've been training for 18 weeks, like since even longer, since like September, and it's near the end of February right now, and the marathon's March 17th. I've never done a marathon. I don't know if you have before. If you do, let me know some hints and tricks, but it is currently Tuesday night, and on Sunday I have my long run for the week, and my long run this Sunday is going to be the longest run A, I've ever done before my entire life, and B, the longest run before I do the marathon in 4 weeks. I will be running 20 miles. 20 miles. miles last weekend, and then it's gonna be hard. And I know the marathon is gonna be really hard too. You only run 20 miles at the max, and then the last few weeks before the marathon is 26.2 miles, if you didn't know, and you pull back. So for like week 3, week 2, week 1, I'm gonna be pulling back on my running, so I don't get injured and just getting mentally ready. But A, I'm really nervous about hitting that goal, but also B, I'm also very nervous about what's gonna happen after my goal is reached. Also, look how cute these bees are. I'm nervous. I don't know if you ever have a goal or whatever's going on in your life, but it's fun when you have a goal, a long-term goal, something that you can obtain, and you just kind of get driven into it. And that's what it's been like for me for running. I've done it every weekend, and I'm very excited, but I'm also just nervous that eventually when I do the marathon in a month, I'm scared about like what's gonna take its place after, and if anything will, and all that stuff. So just been thinking a little bit about that. And don't mind me, I ramble, but I'm gonna try and tap some stuff too. But I also have been putting myself out there more. So some new updates too is I haven't told you guys, but I've been dating again. Your boy's out there in the field, and it's very exciting. I've been really working on, our intention for this month of February has been honesty, and I've been working really hard on being honest in my day-to-day life, and I've been noticing that it's something I really, really want in life is love, to be loved, to feel good enough, to feel like I can be my authentic self, feel like I can love all the messy parts of life in myself and others. And I've been realizing that the way through all that for me has been to dive into like loving other people recently. This may sound very naive, we're very open on this channel, so no judgment, but for a long time I never really understood why it was important to like love people. That might sound crazy, but I always liked people, and I always thought you need to love people so that they would love you, and so you would feel good, right? But after winter, when I had like that whole like existential, in the winter, I basically had this moment where I was like, what am I doing with my life? If you've been in the 20s or where you are now, when you have those moments where you're just like questioning everything, and you're kind of like, well, what is happening? You just like wake up from your life a little bit. So that happened, and I've been realizing that loving other people is important because when you love something weird about someone, or if you love, if you're like, Sarah is really cuckoo, or there's a subscriber on this channel named John. Hi, John. I love you all, by the way. John is, when we do our live chats, John is very sarcastic, and I love that. So if I love that John is really sarcastic during our lives, but intentionally loving that humor, it also allows me that when I'm sarcastic, I can love that about myself. I've learned that when you love other people, the reason it's important to like love people and put, intention into loving other people, things that maybe you don't love about yourself, you're practicing oh, Sarah is, very cuckoo and very weird and like a little antisocial. Well, if you love that about her, in turn, that when you have those moments, if you can love Sarah, you can love yourself too. So that's an epiphany, or that's a thing that I've realized I learned recently. Yeah, life has been pretty good recently. I've been trying to slow down though, and like trying to be more present and like understanding like what Nick, being honest, what Nick really wants and all that. I hope you're doing the same too. It can be scary, the world, but it can also be just such a lovely place too. I found that the answers I've been looking for are actually through the people that I've been avoiding in my real life, or I can find the answers in the little things in the life I already have. I don't need to run, I don't need to look beyond. I can look at my day-to-day life and see what can I learn from the people around me, what is the universe and the world showing me, and try and take the next step. I know this sounds very spiritual and all that, and I love that about myself. I do, and I hope you do too. I feel very connected to other things, and yeah, I don't say all this for validation from you. I was talking to a friend, and he was saying how he realizes that he always tries to get validated by other people, and how he wants to work on not doing that, and I realize I do that too sometimes. I don't want to share this because I need you to be like, Nick, you're doing a great job, or you're not. I share this because I want to connect to you with my life. I want to let you know that you're not alone. You may see my other videos, you may see other people on YouTube, on social media, having fun doing videos, doing classic ASMR, doing classic whatever niche elements they do, but we all are living our lives also, and we're all way more alike than different. We all struggle with nearly identical things. They just show up differently in our world sometimes, companionship, love, loneliness, sacrifice, choices, security, we all are dealing with that, and I love these life updates because you guys seem like you care about my life, which is awesome, but I also just want to distract you from your life for a bit, but also for you to maybe just get a new lens on your life too. Like, we're going through things. What I'm going through, you might be going through too. I'm starting this whole month I've been working on my new screenplay I really want to do a feature film in the future. So I've done 30 days, 3 pages a day for 30 days to get a 90-page script. We're almost there. I'm like 85 right now, 85 pages, so that's awesome. But it was just funny, I was in the movie theater today watching the Wonka movie, which I don't know if you've seen. My friend really wanted to go see it. And I had a moment where I kind of how a movie will draw you in, right? And you'll be captivated. Well, Wonka didn't really do that for me. There was a moment where I got pulled out and I was like, oh, I'm sitting in a theater and all this, and I just kind of questioned. I was like, is this really what you want to do with your life? And those thoughts always creep up on you because, we have a say in what we do, but, I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments. We have autonomy of what we do in life, but I also think some of it is given to us. But I looked around and I was just like, do I want to make movies? And do I want to do this? And I looked on screen and I was like, I do not want to do that. did you know? And I was like, what about that? And I was like, and don't come at me if you love Wonka, that's cool, but, I think I realize, and this is what's interesting, as you grow up, right, like you're trying to figure out how to live a life where you get security, like money and stuff, right, but then also, for me, I'm a very deep thinker. I'm like, what is the meaning of life, and what can I, like, what am I supposed to be doing here? Yeah, I can work and make money, but I don't want to just pass away and feel like I just did that, and I think a lot of us feel that way, and something I've realized I enjoy and I feel the most connected spiritually, which is, in my opinion, when I think we're like onto something, is when you have those moments of flow state, or those moments where you feel connected to something bigger than yourself. Mine happens when I'm writing and when I'm creating and when I'm directing and art, and I realize that I love storytelling, but I do it to release a lot of energy for me, a lot of like just messages and things. It's my healing form, it's my healing practice. I write to heal, and I think part of me hopes that my writing will heal others too. So I view it as like, I think it's one of my best ways that I can help people. But it's kind of scary because I realize, I'm wanting a new job eventually, and I'm wanting a new lifestyle, and I'm not super comfortable. I haven't been for the last year or so, and it's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's just, I think it's interesting trying to figure out what direction I go career-wise, because I could go the route of trying to make those blockbuster films and trying to do that, even producing or not directing, but I don't know. I really want to help people, and I've just been getting called more to do that, I think, because I think you kind of realize that eventually if you hit your goals and you feel like they don't help anyone, it's kind of like, what's the point of it? Like, I've done, yeah, I don't know, I overanalyze, can you tell? But like, I did my short film, Flowers, which I adore, which you should watch, and my favorite moments is when people have told me, like, it was great, or they cried, or like, it helped them process something, and that's great. I did not love talking about the film. I don't love really being interviewed, and I don't really love being told to explain what the film is about. Like, I like it being its own entity. Maybe love artists are like that too. I don't know, the world is just scary. I don't mean this to be like a downer, but it just is. Like, yeah, let me know if that resonates with you too. Like, how you think you're on the right path, and I have faith that we all are on the right path, and this is us like working through it. It just is confusing, and I think that's why faith is really important, whatever that is to you. I've talked to a lot of people, or just a few, but I'm queer. Oh, I'm gonna tell you one thing I actually adored, by the way, but let's just say I'm queer, and religion and faith is even with straight friends, it's very triggering for a lot of people, and I want to encourage you, even if we just met, figure out what your dialogue is with faith, and if you believe in anything, and I really encourage you to believe in something, even Santa Claus, or reindeer, or whatever you want. I really believe that your perception is reality, and so if you can believe in something greater yourself and really believe it, you're gonna get that energy source from out there, and it's gonna make you feel calmer. It's like having a parent forever. A good one. But something I love that I did the other day that I haven't shared, that's very personal. if you want more like personal access, join our membership program, but I was gonna say more importantly, if you want something free, join our Discord down below. We do like mental health, we do gratitude and all this, but I write in it every day, and you can kind of see what I go through in my life, and you'll see all the other bees in this hive, what they're going through, and it's a really great place for us to support and check in on each other. Just check it out. But I think I shared this on that, but the other day, and by the other day I meant last night, I've been in a place right now in my life where I'm sick of being alone. I'm sick of feeling like I'm a victim of circumstances. So I'm trying to do things that old Nick would not do. For instance, last night, so I'm going on more dates. So usually I'm not really going on dates. I'm dating. Last night I invited a boy in home, which was interesting. I have never, this might sound wild, but I have never brought someone home. I always go to their place, so I let them here, and I was having an experience with them as one does, as adults do. You know what I mean? But it's funny, they were asking me, they were like, what are you into? And they were like, and I was like, oh, what are you? I was like, what are you into? And then they told me, and then we were doing our thing, but then they asked again, and I was like, I'm still exploring and experimenting, and I'm still figuring out what I'm into. And they're like, oh, do you want to talk about that? And I was like, no. And I'm proud that I said that, because I think it's enough to be like, I'm exploring, or enough to just be like, I'm human. So yeah, I'm queer, but I'm also a little bit like, you are what you label yourself, right? So we're all just humans at the end of the day, doing what we think make us feel good, feel fulfilled. Think about for a second, what have you been doing to try and make yourself fulfilled? Some of it might be habits that you're trying to like run away from things, because you know the real things in life are not going to be feel good, but deep down, like, what do you do to try and make yourself feel fulfilled? Excuse me, but I believe like maybe growing up is just figuring out like what habits stick with you, and I don't know, values and everything, but yeah. Tomorrow we're hosting, me and my roommate are hosting a creative collective, which is we're basically just doing a dinner with like writers and stuff, people who want a space to create things, will be held accountable. My roommate and I are really interested in like curating process, so we both went to acting school differently, but the beautiful thing about those was we constantly were creating and constantly were working on process for art, and I love collaborating, and it would just be nice to have a space where we all could come and be together and explore and get inspired by each other. So that's what we're doing tomorrow night, which I'm very excited about. Ask in the comments how that went. I probably can tell you, because I bet you this will come out afterwards. Although I'll try and release this as soon as possible, because the live updates I like to do like right when I film them. But to be honest with you, I deep down, with all my heart and energy, hope that you are doing okay. And this is a very safe place. I want you to kind of just like really check in with yourself, like deep down to your core. No walls, like nothing. We're not telling ourselves that we should be feeling any certain way. I just, deep down, I want to know if you're okay. And if you are, that's amazing. And if you're not, that's okay too. How you really feel deep down in your core about life and where you're at and stuff, and it's never a reflection, and I hope you know this is never a reflection of like who you are as a person or your worth. You are incredible in all stages of okayness, when you're amazing, when you feel not amazing. Some of it's just life and it just happens, and some of it maybe we can work on. I don't know, I'm a very positive person, and to an extent, I like, trust me when I tell you, I know life is very hard. I've gone through the ringer, and I know that, and I cry, and I do all that stuff. Totally, I'm not like immune to that, but I really believe it's like working out, right? It's like running, to get better, to get in a mind state that we want to be in. We have to kind of work for it. It doesn't mean there won't be setbacks, but I really encourage you to check out our Discord. If you have a Discord, if you don't, you can download it. It's super free, it's super easy, but I would encourage you every day to write in it. We have like these mental health journals. Okay, to be honest, a secret between you and me, I kind of created the Discord solely for me, but also you guys. So it started because we do like Hive lives, so we're known as the Hive. That's kind of like, that's what our family name is. We're all like bees, that's our mascot. Some people call me the beekeeper, some people don't. But we did lives, and you guys are amazing. Your other brothers and sisters are amazing on this channel. The people come and go. That's like how YouTube goes, but the people that stay here are people that want to work on themselves, that want to love other people, that are looking for community, and that's what we are on asmrramble ASMR. That's where we are in the Hive, and Discord is a way for us to kind of all stay together even when we're off YouTube. So if you ever like need someone to lean on, you have us there. But also there's these mental health journals that I would encourage you to write in every day. I do my best to do it because it really does help you. It helps me so much when I do them. But there's like a gratitude journal. There's a love yourself journal. There is a what you're learning journal. And then there's a fail journal, which is John, the subscriber I talked about earlier today. He commented on one of the videos being like, sorry, John, I know you're cool with me saying all this, but you were just saying how you were afraid of failing. Like, that's a very big thing that is very difficult to overcome. And it was funny because that day earlier I'd actually seen a video of a speaker talking about how her dad would encourage them, her and her siblings when they were younger, to fail, to the point where at the dinner table he would ask, what did you fail today at? And I decided to make a section in the Discord for that, so you can share what you're failing at. And I think it's cool because failing should be celebrated. I've learned recently that failing and succeeding are on like the same wavelength. Failing means you're trying, which is good. You're trying, and trying is succeeding. So we have that, and then we also have a winning journal, so you can write where you're winning. We had another subscriber recommend that, so we did that. And we have it in an advice column as well. I really think it will help you if you are interested in like just this month, but being honest has helped me a lot. I don't know about you, but it's made me more vulnerable with the people around me, more vulnerable with myself, more honest with the people around me and the people I go on like dates with and stuff. Yeah. So it's been good. Been good. And yeah, I'm very scared about the marathon. I just said that, but it's scary knowing that you're gonna train for 20 miles and then on the race day you have 6 miles that you've never ran before, and you know when they say you hit the wall, it's usually at mile 20 because that's how much the runners have trained up till. And the last 6 miles is adrenaline, and it's really scary. I didn't think training for a marathon would be this scary and this hard. It is scary physically. My body gives out easily, and also mentally your brain turns to butter. It is all you want to do is stop, and you have to practice all these tricks to get yourself to keep going, and it's things that you and I can use in our whole daily life too. We do breathing exercises. I do Nike Run App, and we do breathing exercises when we're running. We do visualization. We do gratitude. We do system checks, which is like checking your form. It's amazing. It is very awesome. I love the running, and I hope that one day maybe you do something new like that. There's nothing like being at your best. I've never been, this is the best I've been at running in my entire life. I am 27. It is so cool to remind yourself that, hey, I can be the best I've ever been at an older age. And I know, I'm thinking of John especially, but John's gonna be like, oh, you're not older, you're making me feel like I'm old. Well, you know, or you, if you're older or younger. I know age is just a number, but wherever you are, think of something you haven't done yet before in your life, a bucket list thing, and work towards it. I kind of think life is all about doing the crazy goals you want to do before you leave this place. So send me some good wishes. If you have like any advice for the runs, let me know. I am taking energy gels, which is good. And yeah, I've been working on sound quality. Not to be meta, but we're gonna talk about this video for a second. I've been working on sound quality. I want to make these videos the best they can be, so if you have any advice on sound, on execution, on topics, please let me know. That is the best way to support this channel, is encouraging and giving feedback to these videos. But most of all, I hope that you are just doing okay. I hope you're doing amazing, and yeah, you're pretty cool. I just feel grateful that you're here right now, and I hope you know that there are so many people rooting for you. People that you never met, people that you probably are gonna walk past in the street and you won't even know that they're rooting for you. I pray for all of you every day, or most days. I'm working on it, but I really send you guys a lot of energy. You guys make an impact in this world. Your actions matter. The way you speak to yourself and love yourself matter. The way you love others matters. Focus on loving others for their weird qualities, for what they do and they don't do, and I think you'll feel relaxed in yourself. It's very surprising, but you will feel that you love yourself a little bit extra the more you love others. Give people a break. Lower the standards for everything in life. people you allow into your life, for the people you love. Lower the standards for the work you do. Lower the standards for anything, honestly. We kind of like build up standards, I think, because, you know, we think we learn, we're like get hurt, we're like, this is the direction we want to go, and yeah, that's fun, but let it go sometimes, because we're all messy, we're all imperfect, and that's kind of how we're all meant to be, and you're meant to be like that too. And if you're not having fun, have some fun, enjoy it. But that's kind of a life update. Subscribe, like, share, and thanks for being here. Let me know if you have any questions about my life too. I can do another life update soon, but have a wonderful, wonderful night, and I will see you soon. Okay, bye. You right there. Hi. It's your boy Nick. Like Nick a Night. Nickelodeon. That's your boy. I used to tell the first graders that I was a counselor to first graders back in the day, and I used to joke that they named Nickelodeon after me. After me. So there you go. But I hope you're doing well today. Resting well. Resting well. And I just wanted to share something very, very exciting with you. And I wanted to document this for you in case you're curious, but also for me, because I cannot believe the day's here. We are 5 days from me running my very first marathon. 5 days. I run a marathon in 5 days, which is insane, on March 17th, 2024. And I kind of wanted to just do a little ramble about how I feel about that. Do I feel ready? What has the training been like? What is my goal with the race? What am I most worried about the race at this point of time? What am I most excited about? All of that fun jazz. So sit back, relax, and let's just get into it. So this journey, I've been running on this journey, like training, since September, which is, oh my god, how many months ago is that? So we go October, November, January, February, March, 5 months. I've been training for 4 or 5 months now on the Nike Run Club app. Nike Run Club app, which I highly recommend if you want to get into running or into running. Choose that app. It's free. And I did the 18-week marathon training program on it. There's been lots of ups and downs, my dude. A lot of ups and downs. I started running, 4 miles, 5 miles, and then I got injured a few times during my training program, and it's been a whole process. So I guess first, I'm just trying to organize this. Sorry, it's a little chaotic because I just want to get this out there, but we'll first talk about the process of what it's like to doing this, and then I'll tell you basically everything I've been learning and stuff. So the process is like, you just choose this regiment and you days out of the week for running, you'll do a recovery run, you'll do a speed run, and you will do a long run. The long runs is to get you eventually more mileage under your feet. The recovery runs are to recover from those long runs. And then speed runs are to help you become faster and also to learn your pace. I've been doing the guided runs on the Nike Run Club app, and I'm so excited for the guided runs. They're always really fun. They're kind of feel like therapy, honestly. Coach Bennett brings on multiple runners to talk to you, but also he basically gives you all these tools. Every run you'll kind of learn something new about, he'll say, check in with yourself, you say, put your chin out, lower your shoulders, and relax, pump your arms to get your form correct. He also then will talk about, okay, for this next K, we're gonna do some deep breathing, in and out, and you're gonna go slow and just focus on your breathing. Eventually, when I was going to mile 10, mile 11, and mile 12 for my long runs, and eventually hit the longest I've ever ran, which was a half marathon, which is 13.2 miles. Wait, 13.1. A marathon is 26.2. 13.1 miles. He started talking to us about fatigue, and all these tools to help you get through it. Some of them visualization, like visualizing you're running next to yourself, visualizing your best friend cheering you on, and most of all, what I really loved about this program, which if you're interested at all in the marathon, do it, is he helps you release a lot of stuff. There are gratitude runs where you're thanking, your teachers and your loved ones. And there's just a lot of fun stuff, so. Excuse me, but, yeah, so the process was very long. I had to change some old habits to do all these new habits. I couldn't go out at night all the time. I couldn't go partying all the time if I knew I had to run on Sunday morning. But to be honest, I thought it was totally worth it. I loved it. I adored it. There were definitely days I didn't want to run, but I was always glad I did. And there were, as you guys saw, on the post and everything on this channel, were a lot of runs I tried to hit that I failed at. I didn't hit the full goal, and that was hard. But the whole thing about running, this whole process has really taught me a lot about faith. Faith, F-A-I-T-H. I think that's going to be the thing I take away most from this, journey, is the faith that you need to have to be able to run. You start your long run slow, and it's fun if, you might be yo, Nick, why the hell would you ever run a marathon? Hey, Nick, why do people like running? Running gets a lot more fun the longer that you do it, and I literally mean the physical distance that you run, because the longer you run, the more strategic you have to be in your running. You're not just going to run a marathon and run the same pace the entire time. That's not how it works. You are going to have the same mental stability at mile 1 versus mile 20. It doesn't work that way. And because of that, you need to act accordingly. So, some things that I am nervous about for the run on Sunday, which is 5 days away, is patience. I'm going to be telling myself throughout the run, patience, are very excited, and you kind of think, I was just talking to a friend about this, you can even tell the way I talk fast. I like to get things done. It's counterintuitive, but when you run, you kind of want to finish. You think the faster you finish, the less harder it's going to be because you're going to be running less time, right? However, that's not how it works for running. Running, you want to pull back your energy at the beginning quarter of your run so that for the final quarter of your run, you have that energy that you saved. So when you start your run, you want to go really slow to the point where you're like, I could pick it up, but I'm not gonna. And you have to have the faith that you know that, hey, I'm going to be able to pick this pace up later. I am going to have energy for the end of the race, but I need to go slow now. And having faith that just because you're going slow now doesn't mean that you'll go slow for the rest of the race. I think it's going to be very tricky for me because we did on one of the guided runs, we did a 26.2 K run, and just so you know, a marathon is 42 kilometers long. So this was like around 16 miles, but we did a practice rehearsal for what it's going to be like for the marathon. So every K that we ran, my coach, Coach Bennett, when I say my coach, now you know who I'm talking about, right? Like the app. He would talk about what we should be visualizing as if we're actually running the marathon right now. And he was basically saying how you're gonna get really excited at the beginning of the race. You're gonna be running in a huge mob of people. Everyone's gonna be cheering. And your inclination is to run. And he said, I want you to have the courage to not do that. I want you to have the courage to go slow. Let people pass you and go slow. He says, you need to have faith that all the energy you hold back on, all the smart running that you do, you're going to be able to use it for the last section of the race. And just so you know, the last section of the race is the most terrifying thing I think I've ever experienced in my life so far. One of them, at least, I've experienced, scary things, but when you run to mile 20, which is what's known as the wall, have you ever heard of that word, the wall, for marathon runners when they hit the wall? The reason it's called the wall is because at that point, that is the amount of running that the runner has trained for. We have trained up to 20 miles. Me personally, I've trained up to 19. So when we hit mile 19 for me, or mile 20, it's going to be the wall, because after that, we have 6.2 miles, 7.2 miles left. That is running into the unknown. We haven't ran that far. I haven't ran that far, and so it scares me because I know in my training when I get to mile 19, I barely can finish it. My mind, it is so scary how much you're running at mile, it's like 16, and you're like, oh, I'm doing great, I got this, I can do this, it's only like 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles left. Your body deteriorates really fast. Your muscles begin to hurt, but most of all, which I've noticed, is my brain turns off. Your brain turns off, and you're no longer having thoughts, but all you're hearing and feeling your body is, I need to stop now. I need to stop now. I need to stop now. And it's like really weird, because it's really overwhelming, because I think I have a strong willpower, but there's a point where you're just like, I have to stop. And that's where we stop. And so a lot of you know, I think some of you know, sick the week before, and then like I took 2 days to recover, and then I ran. So I think it's also that too, but it's scary not hitting your goal, and it's scary, you know. When I was running, I was like, okay, let's just hit like mile 18.5. Okay, let's just hit mile 19, and I really wanted to hit mile 20, but then I just couldn't, and it just kind of hurts your ego, and I really want to be able to run this marathon fully, like run it fully, finish it fully, and to think that I have 6.2 miles on top of that 19 miles is absolutely terrifying. I cannot imagine how difficult it's going to be when your whole body wants you to stop and you just choose not to. So that's something I'm very scared about. I'm also weirdly nervous that I'm going to run and not be able to find people that are looking for me. There's no trackers on the marathon, but I'm giving my loved ones and some friends like some mile markers, and I'm going to be wearing a really bright green shirt or a really bright purple pink one, and then I'm just going to look for them when I get there. I really believe that the adrenaline and the cheering on is what is going to carry me and everyone else to the finish line. But it's really terrifying, right? It's really terrifying training for something, but then also knowing that you're going to go into the unknown, and you just have that faith that you can finish it. So that's what this whole training cycle has been. It's like trusting the training, trusting that, you know, you're going to have off days and on days, and you just have to believe that's going to work. So yeah, we're 5 days, which is insane. I ran 10 miles on Sunday, and then what happens, so if you're new, well, like I was, I didn't know anything about marathon training, so you gotta work up to mile 20, 19, around 3 weeks ahead of the marathon, and then you're gonna diminish everything before the marathon. So I then ran like, and I think I ran like for 90 minutes the last weekend, and now I ran 10 miles. 90 minutes was around like, it was 80 minutes, but it was around 8 miles. I'm running like 10-minute miles, which isn't anything incredible, but it's my goal, and I'm excited about it. I'm really good trying to 10-minute miles, but I have a feeling I'll go over that. My goal is just to finish the marathon. But yeah, so I did that, and I did 10 miles on Sunday, like 2 days ago. And then this week, and I was doing some speed runs and some recovery runs, but this week all I'm running is like 4.5 miles, even though I'm not going to do that one. Instead, I'm going to do a 25-minute recovery run, and then, which is around, if you remember 10-minute miles, it's around 2.5 miles. I'm going to do a speed run, which is like 15 minutes long, and then I'm going to do a 10-minute recovery run, and that's all I do this week before Sunday. I am going to eat a lot of carbs. Like this whole week, I'm just going to try and eat as much as I can whenever I can. I've been realizing, like, doing the long runs, I kind of got sick because you run that long, and if you aren't fueling correctly, like drinking a lot of water and, you know, doing fuels like gels and eating food after, your body replenishes itself, and I've noticed I've gotten very skinny the last 3 weeks, which is fun because I fit into clothes again that I missed, but also it's not fully healthy. Like it's healthy. Like I feel healthy. It's just weird when you get skinny. I don't know if you feel this, but like your appetite gets smaller too. So I've just been noticing. Whoa, sorry. You know what's happening right now? I'm gonna continue. I just got that sense of like, what's that word? Where I just became very aware in reverse for you, but it says BU. So, yeah, we were cutting down the running this week, and oh yeah, and I'm trying to eat a lot of carbs. I'm trying to eat more food because I know I don't want to, but the more fuel you have at the beginning of your race, the more carbs you have in you, it's all just for the last few miles. The night before, I'm gonna try and eat a lot of pasta, a lot of food, and I'm gonna try to go to bed early. The race starts at 7 a.m. and it's in LA, so it goes from Dodger Stadium and it goes all the way to Century City on Sunset Boulevard. So if you're in LA, come cheer me on. You can see, actually you literally could cheer me on. You can see, go to my Instagram and you can message me there. If you're going to be watching the LA Marathon, I can tell you my outfit. And then, I'm running 10-minute miles, so if you want to show up at mile 8, I'll be there around like 80 minutes or a little bit longer than that. So you can decide. I would love all the support. But yeah, they give me a lot of pasta. My family's coming out from the East Coast to watch me, which could already make me cry. I'm gonna be real with you. There's something in this run that I want to put an intention on. I don't know if you're new here, but like every month we set a month's intention, and our intention for the month of March is not to be bunny, but to be intentional. But also, Coach Bennett kind of talks about how in his runs, in every run that you do, it's to become a better version of yourself, and you can decide what that is. He talks about also how, just being a better version of yourself, and what are you going to get out of the run? What do you want out of the run? Starting with that when you begin the run, and then going for that at the end of the run. And I believe that, but I've been having trouble grounding myself in that. The reason why I'm running, and I think that's why I haven't been finishing those things. I'm going to finish the marathon. I know it because I trust my progress. I'm hella scared, but I know that on that day, I'm going to be like, Nick, this is it, and that's what's scary. It's going to be, I feel tired, but this is the day where you give it your all, and you do it. You give it your all, and you do it. Right now. And that's what I'm going to do, and I could just feel myself, I'm going to get very emotional, because this has been very difficult for me, and I think my intention for a lot of this is to, there's something in this run that means a lot to me, and it's hard for me to uncover, but I think it might have to do with faith. I think it might have to do with, finding who I am after all this. There's something, very existential in there, but it feels like, I really hope it feels like I'm running towards something and not away. And I was scared of what I'm going to find in those last 6 miles. But I think I'm supposed to do it, and I'm excited. So yeah, I'm 5 days out, and physically I feel good. My legs are not really sore. I'm going to, on the race day, I'm going to take ibuprofen before I run. I'm going to try and drink water at every run station. So I've learned, I wanted to hit mile 20, but I only did 19, and I'm realizing, okay, I don't have a lot of rehearsals left to do, so I'm just going to go for it, and I'm just going to fuel up. I'm going to drink as much as I can. I'm going to take my energy gels. I was doing every 45 minutes. I'm going to do it every 30, and I'm just going to fuel up as much as I can. And they say fueling water in the gels, it's not for right then, it's actually for the 2 miles later. So I just got to do that. That's my goal. Another tactic that Coach Bennett said, which was good, is like when you get to mile 20, if like look at the people around you and run with them. Ask to run with them. Help each other get to the goal. So I really hope that happens. I hope that I get fueled by the people I see, and yeah, my booty is bigger than ever. My legs are strong. My sister saw my legs and she said they look like thunder thighs. I thinned out a lot. I don't really have fat on my chest as much. My stomach's not really. I don't have like a six pack, but I'm very slender right now. You can't really see, but I feel very slender. I think the training for the running does that for you. Your joints are more when you're heavier, and so the longer you run, the lighter you get, and the further you continue to run. So I also believe that's why the running it takes so long, like 5 months, is because you're adapting your body to be in the condition to do this incredible thing. They do say, which I'm excited, Coach Bennett and a lot of other people say, that the marathon is actually not the test. It's not a test. It's a celebration for all the work you've done to get there. And I just want to celebrate a lot. So, yes. And I was going to do a plug. Oh my god, this is so bad, but I was going to say it. And if you want to celebrate with me, consider joining our membership program. It's the best way to support the channel. That's all I gotta say. You know, if you wanna send me some love, click the join button down below and join our awesome community. But I laugh because I mean all that to be true, but I just thought that was my head. I was like, and I'm gonna promote the channel. But I'm very, very excited. I am very excited. I think at this point you can leave the video, but I think I'm also gonna do a little ramble about how I've been feeling recently. That might not be as correlated with the running, but I just wanna kinda talk about. But I just feel like it's just kinda circling in my head that I don't know, it just feels there. It feels like there's nothing fully grounding me, I guess. So yeah, it's just interesting that now I have this run to do. This thing I've been training 5 months for, and I'm so excited, but I'm also a little terrified of what comes after the run. Because I think deep down sometimes I feel like if I don't have a goal, then I don't have a reason to like be living. And I laugh, but I actually think that's something I'm kind of realizing is I kind of like jump from things to things. Sometimes I wonder if I am running from something, so that's kind of why you just heard me say, like, I hope I'm running towards something. Clarity. Hope, towards God, towards love. I think I'm just kind of scared and nervous that, like, I don't know who I'm becoming. Not to get deep with you, but yeah, I guess I kind of hope to share all this because I don't know, I don't know if you've ever felt this way. I feel like a lot of people, or like a lot of people in my life, excuse me, I don't really know how to talk about these things. But I'm just trying to figure, like, it's nerve-wracking not knowing who I'm becoming, and am I gonna like that person, and all this stuff, and it's just been a weird, like, few weeks where I've been noticing that, and, yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at right now. So I'm very much leading into this run, hoping to find answers. I don't know if it'll be there, but I feel like if I stay present, something magical will happen during it. So I am excited to be doing that, but this is kind of everything that I kind of wanted to chat about for this video. So if you have any questions, if you want to cheer me on in the comments, please do. I'm excited. Let me know if you have any tips or tricks for marathon running. If you ran a marathon, did you feel this way? Did you not feel this way? If you're running the LA Marathon, let me know. We'll meet up. And yeah. But I'm very excited. I'm feeling ready. I'm feeling positive. I'm feeling very, very hopeful. Very hopeful. And I hope you are too. If no one's told you, you are amazing, 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 amazing in so many different types of ways. In all the ways that you think I'm not talking about, you are amazing in that way as well. You are utterly, utterly perfect just the way you are. And I say this also to myself, but to you mostly, that the things that you feel like you do not understand about yourself, that you wish you could change about yourself, those things are exactly the incredible qualities of a human being that you are. And I encourage you to lean into those things instead of run away. I encourage you to lean into your weirdness, lean into your kindness for yourself and others, and give yourself a chance to surprise yourself, to love yourself, to be whoever you want to be. I know I'm working on all that, so I hope you know that you are not alone, and that everyone on this channel loves and adores you, and you're doing amazing. We're so proud of you. We're so proud of you. And if you ever see a bee in real life, the ones that make honey, know that it comes from this channel, and it's to remind you to love yourself, to be kind to yourself, and to be kind to others. So, I adore you. Support the channel, like, comment, subscribe, let me know what you liked about this video, and join our awesome Discord and all that jazz. Just check the bio down below. I don't know, but I will see you very soon. And I'm gonna be running a marathon. Oh my god, so soon. Probably. I'm gonna run a marathon probably before I film the next video. I don't know. It's just so wild. So send me good luck. Please send me good energy, prayers, everything. And I'll see you very soon, my friend. I'll see you very, 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 very soon. Okay. Bye. Bye, 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 bye. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so I'm gonna do this video just like I did my other videos that you guys seem to really like. I'm just gonna get straight to the topic, talk kind of quickly, and hopefully it gives you tingles or you can rest. But I want to talk about something that I did that was very, very difficult. Something I was totally afraid of that I accomplished. And let's just get into it. So the thing that I'm talking about that I want to share with you is called a marathon. Your boy Nick ran the LA Marathon, the Los Angeles Marathon, 2 days ago, 2 effing days ago, which is insane. And your boy has been training 5 months for that day. And if you go to the community tab, you can see the photos. If you go to Instagram, I have a video that's not on here. But also, hopefully, in this video, I will also also share some photos, so stick around, or you can skip and you can kind of just like see the photos and videos. But I want to talk about what it was like actually running the marathon after training for 5 months. So the marathon was in March. It was March 17th, which was 3 days ago. We're in the year 2024. If you, just so you know, I started training in September, which is crazy. And I basically ran 3 days every week until I got to the marathon. And if you don't know anything about the marathon is 26.2 miles long. That is 42 kilometers. It is extremely long, it is extremely tough, and it is very, very scary to do. If you've ever ran a marathon, let me know down below. But when you're training, you basically run all the way up to 20 miles for training. So day one for my training was basically like run up to 5 miles. You have to be able to run like 5 miles to start the marathon program. And then the longest you ever run before the marathon is 20 miles. Your boy only ran 19. I couldn't even get to the last mile. But your boy ran the marathon. And so let's get into it. I'm just going to talk about the days leading up to it, and also I'm going to talk about the actual run itself, which was so exciting and scary and terrifying. So let's get into it. So the run started at 7 a.m. on Sunday. I have been consistently running before at like 7 a.m. So your boy was used to it. But what actually happened the week before is on that Tuesday before the marathon, I actually got injured again. My foot. I was running just 2 miles. 2 miles, which is a lot, but for me, that's like it was like nothing. So I've trained to run 20 miles or 19. And my foot got really injured. So I had to sit and wait for it to heal before the marathon. Before the marathon, I did a 3-day carb load, where I basically ate, you're supposed to eat what is it? You're supposed to eat, how much is that? You're supposed to eat around 80 kilograms of your body weight or whatever. It's like something like that. You can look it up. But for me, I had to eat around 650 grams of carbs to 800 for 3 days before the marathon, and it was very difficult. I ate a lot of bagels, I ate graham crackers, I ate gummy worms, drank a lot of soda, drank a lot of Gatorade, things that have carbs. The reason that you do this, and I'm going to give you all the prep before the marathon, the reason you do this is because, have you ever heard of the wall? When you're running a marathon, it's the like when it happens on mile 20, and it's basically the wall is like the hardest part of the marathon. Basically what happens is there's 2 things. Runners only train up to 20 miles or 19 miles, so the last 7 to 6 miles of a marathon is new. It's scary. Imagine practicing for something and you never actually practice the full thing, which is just utterly terrifying. So you hit the wall. That's the wall mile 20 because you're going into something new, but also your body does something really, really interesting that's actually kind of scary. At mile 20, your body shuts down. So let's talk about a little bit of science, or what your boy learned. You know, I'm not a scientist, but this is what I learned running. We have glycogen in our bodies, you and me. It is our carb source. It's where when you have a carb, it's the sugars and everything, it's in your body. It is what gives you energy. When you run for over 3 miles, over 3 hours, or up to mile 20, your body is going to run out of glycogen. It's just at that mileage point. Your body runs out of glycogen, and what happens is when it runs out of it, it begins to take the glycogen out of your muscles, which is a process that your body doesn't want to do. So what your body's going to do is, because your body is basically eating up your muscle to give you energy, your body is going to send signals to your brain to shut yourself down, to stop running, to stop doing basically everything. And that's why when you hit the wall at mile 20, a lot of people slow down. I've hit the wall when I was training, and it is utterly, utterly scary because you can be running at mile 16 or 18 or 17. You can be like, wow, I'm doing really, really well. But then when you hit mile 20, your brain shuts off and you basically only hear the thought, you need to stop, you need to stop, you need to stop. It's not even like a thought, it's like a feeling. And no matter how much your willpower is, no matter how much you believe in yourself, you're basically, your body and your mind is going to do whatever they can to make you stop. And that's terrifying. And the feeling of having that happen is really scary. So, because that happens at mile 20, a lot of people are scared of that happening. It's real. People do whatever they can do to bypass that. So I did my research, and that's why I did a carb load. Because my glycogen will go out, and just like yours will, it's good to store up as much glycogen as you can in the first 3 days before. And I highly recommend, if you do a marathon, do this, because it changed my life for the run. But what you're going to do is you're going to oversaturate yourself with carbs so that on the day of the run, you are just overloaded, so that when you get to mile 20, your body still has enough glycogen in it that doesn't shut down. That's the goal. Staying with me? Okay, cool. So I did that for 3 days. And then what also you do when you're running is you eat gels. So I used to only eat gels at 45 minutes. But then I read some other article, because I did that and then I kind of failed my mileage. I was supposed to get to mile 20, only got to mile 19. So what I did is I ended up eating a gel every 30 minutes, which was awesome, and drinking water at every single station. Okay, so I basically fueled up as much as I can. This is all prep and then on the run, but let's just get to the run. Okay, because I know you guys are as excited as I am. You're as excited as I am. Sorry, I haven't been using both sides of the microphone because I am just so utterly excited, but it's okay. So imagine this, it's 7 a.m. in the morning. I went to bed at 10 p.m. the night before. I wake up at 4:30 to eat 2 bagels, a breakfast of 100 grams of carbs 2 hours before the race. Okay, so this is to finish my carb load. So you do that, and then I put on my outfit. I put on my bib that I got the day before. You have to go to Dodger Stadium to get the bib. They have this whole expo, which is really cool. You get your free shirt, and they kind of celebrate you before you do the run, which is really awesome. And yeah, I ate breakfast, and then my parents came to pick me up because they were visiting to support me. And we drive to Dodger Stadium. Now it looks like it's 30 minutes away. We get there. We then sit 2 blocks away for literally 20 minutes. So we're on the car for like 50 minutes. And the race time is at 7 a.m. And we are still in line at like 6:45, which is terrifying. And then we looked outside and I saw people running to the start of the marathon. People literally running to the start of the marathon was just so funny to me. But thankfully we got there in time, but because I was so late, I went through security, and I basically got to the end of the line. So how it works are there corals or corrals, I don't know how you say it. There are time. So imagine you have a finish line, and then you have, behind the finish line, you have, sorry, I'm trying to say this quick because I have to go somewhere in a bit, but you have all these times. So you have like 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 minutes, 11 minutes, and you're supposed to like arrange yourself in whatever you think your mileage pace is going to be. So for me, it would have been 10 minutes. However, I was so late that all of that was filled up, so all the excess people were just like behind everything, and at all different times. So I basically just stood behind there, and then the gun went off or whatever, and the crowd started moving through the finish line. Everyone walked through the finish line. Right when you started walking, you would start running. If you don't know, I didn't know this, on your bib you have a tracker, so it doesn't matter when this race officially starts. It only matters when you cross the start line. So that was good, and I crossed the start line, and we were off, and it was so cool. Everyone was wearing green. It was St. Patty's Day. I wore bright pink because I wanted to be spotted. And you think of this, it's a sunrise, it's really crisp out, everyone is in really good energy, and you're all just kind of moving in a mob. And you have this really big impulse. This is just something, I'm going to ramble a little bit, obviously, about what I'm passionate about running, but you have this impulse when you start the marathon to go with everyone. You're excited, you're carved up fully, you have all this energy and excitement, and you want to run. So a lot of people just kind of run. It's really important at the beginning of the race for the marathon. This was what I was learning, is that you need to be at your slowest. You basically want to run the slowest you're going to run the entire race at the beginning of the marathon. So you go utterly slow, no matter how much energy you have. You go super duper slow. So it was really interesting. We were running in a mob, but it was hard for me because I wanted to run with everyone, but I had to let everyone kind of run past me. So imagine you're running and everyone's running past you. It doesn't feel so good. So that's where it takes training, because I was just like, okay, be patient, Nick. Be patient, Nick. Be patient, Nick. Be patient, Nick. And my utter favorite thing about the runs was that I used the Nike Run app, which is free. John, a follower on this, subscriber, he's also a B in the membership program, said that they should sponsor me because I say Nike Run Club every single running video because they're freaking awesome, and it's free, and it's like therapy while you're running. It's amazing. They do guided runs. So I did the marathon program through them. So on the day, he's giving me a guided run, but I don't even know why I'm rambling about this, but he told me to go slow, and so I was following him and listening to that, and I was running and also listening to music. I have this whole playlist, and this is the fun. You can geek out as much on the marathon run, but I brought all my run playlists from even like when I was a teenager. I brought them into this running playlist, and I ordered it in basically like slow songs first to really amped up songs at the end, so that it gave me my pace. Because you don't want to, you want to try and eliminate anything that will make you go fast, but you want to feel that build. So I'm listening to music, I'm listening to the guided run, and I'm just telling myself, oh, this is what I was saying. So in the guided runs, he always makes you set an intention for the run, which is really, really exciting. It's basically like your why. He thinks that for every run you should have a reason to know why you're running. And sorry, excuse me. Oh my god, I got so excited. But he basically talked about all that, and for a long time I didn't know what my run for the marathon would be, but I wrote it the night before, and it was literally something along the lines of, I want to do this race to work on patience, and to also trust myself. I want to be with myself and trust that I trained enough, and that I will be with myself along the way. Because when you're running, your mind, like I was kind of saying, you have this gut feeling to kind of like go fast. It feels counterintuitive not to, right? If you have the energy, you want to go fast, so you finish the race faster, because you think if the longer that you run the race, the more fatigued you're going to get. However, it doesn't work like that. Actually, the slower, it's really interesting. The slower you go in the first miles, it's totally duplicated for the last mile. So if you go at a really easy pace up to, let's say, mile 6, which is what I did, the last 6 miles the energy that you save should go cross over to the last 6. So let me put you in my mindset ready. So I'm running this marathon race. My foot is injured from Tuesday. The last long run I did was 19 miles. I was supposed to run 20, so I couldn't even get to 20. So I felt like a failure. Even though 19 is amazing, I get that, but I didn't hit the goal. So I'm already, I'm feeling very nervous, very shaky, and because of that, my coach, he was just like, use whatever, and this is all pre-recorded stuff, but he's just like, take what you learn from your previous races and get better. So I did research. I did the carb load. I began eating gels every 30 minutes. You're supposed to every 30 minutes. And for me, I run 10-minute miles. So every 3 miles, I would eat a gel. And the gels were really good because you know how you're losing carbs? The glycogen, by eating the glycogen, the carbs, it's helping deplenish or get rid of that depletion for as long as you can. So I, did the gels. And I was like, I'm going to go to every single water station and drink water. I did that. And I also did this other thing. I knew when I used to run that I would get excited and I would start to go at my pace. I looked at this thing, and this was really useful. I viewed the marathon as 20 miles of basically a warm-up run. So just run my 20 miles at easy effort. You get in a rhythm and you just relax into it. And then the last 6.2 miles, you can go hard. So that's what my goal was. I was like, just go easy. And I kept repeating to myself, be patient, Nick. You will have your time to run. So imagine you're repeating that to yourself. Everyone's moving past you. You have to have this faith that you will be able to catch up and that you will finish the race. So I'm telling myself, my mind wants me to go forward, but I stayed with my body. I was like, I'm with you. Let's enjoy this. So I went slow and slow and slow and eventually picked up. And it wasn't until mile 7 that I got injured. So remember that foot that I told you about on Tuesday? Well, I thought I healed it, but at mile 7, it started to hurt really, really bad. And it's like inside my foot. It felt like a bone. It felt like a ligament, like really tight, like really, really hurt. It was a sharp pain. And now there are two things that could happen. I was allowing myself, I went into this being like patience. So I was like, Nick, if you ever need to go to the bathroom, if you need to walk this marathon, you can do whatever you need. We're going to support you no matter what. And so I knew when this happened, I was like, there are two things I can do. I can either continue to run and try and heal it, or I can walk. You know what I did? This is crazy because I've been not really a religious man, but I'm very spiritual, but I'm getting more and more connected to God or the universe or whatever. I literally prayed. I literally was running and I was like, please God, heal my foot. Please heal my foot. I think he helped, but what really was interesting more was that I did something very smart. I ran smart. I said, and it's all from the training, I literally pulled back and I said, Nick, be patient. Slow down. I slowed down, and then I felt the pain in my foot, and I just worked with it. I said, okay, this hurts when I lean like this. This hurts when I lean like this. It doesn't hurt when I lean like this. And I said, okay, relax into it. And I said, if this is the pain, relax into the pain, feel the pain. The pain is the run right now. Feel the run, feel it. And then I think on top of that, I was like, God, please heal my foot. And I started running. And guess what? It went away. The pain went away, which was insane because it hurt so bad. But then I think I just got used to it and it went away. I relaxed in the run. And so I kept running. My left knee started hurting too, and I did the same thing through the run. I relaxed into it. And I kept being like, Nick, be patient. Also, during mile 7, your boy's headphones started turning off and on. I had 2 different headsets, and they kept reconnecting differently to my phone. And so there's part of mile 7 where I was running, and there's photos of this where I was like looking down at my phone because I was like, how do I connect my music to this? But what was so cool was while I was doing all this, like I was still running. So I was still running very slow, but I was just trying to fix something. So we're running through mile 7 right now. And at this point, it's been a warm-up. It's a warm-up run. Like we're going really, really slow. And I know that hopefully at mile 12, I'll be seeing a friend outside. We basically go from East LA all the way down to West LA where I live. And we start at 7. And we have a tracker app on our bibs, which is very cool. So I connected it. I had my friends tap into it so they could track me while we run. While I run, I have my watch on, but at this moment, I'm just like, who I see, I'll see. So he's at mile 12. I continue running. The water stations are at every single mile and a mile and a half. And it's cool. It's like water and electrolytes. You'll grab it. People hand it out, as you've seen probably. and you chug it, and then you throw it away. And it's really funny. Funny story coming up, I actually threw it at a woman right next to me by accident. Like, that was right next to me. But we'll get there in a sec. So I'm running to my friend, and I hit a runner's high at like mile 8. And I don't know if you've ever had a runner's high. They are the best things. How I trigger them, and if you want to trigger one, this is how it happens. It usually happens after you do a long run. Sometimes it used to happen at mile 3, but this had happened at mile 7 and another one as well. What happens is you relax. Usually what triggers it for me is I smile and I relax, and you kind of forget you're running, which is weird. Your body feels relaxed, and you look around and you just smile, and it becomes euphoric. Nature looks amazing. The people around you look amazing, and it was so utterly beautiful. I had the guy in my head tell me to like look around. He said, look left, look right. You're not racing against these people, you're racing with them. You all have your own stories for why you're doing this marathon. So help each other. And he said, you know, if you need them, ask for help. Like, run with them. Say, hey, I need you to help me run. And if they ask for help, help them too. That's the most important thing. So we're running, and then we're also seeing like the people in front of me. I saw this girl, she like went left, and you see people cheering, and then the cheers get really loud, and they're like, oh my god, 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 oh my god. And I saw a girl like run into the crowd and hug her family, and they were screaming, and then she joined me. Like, she ran right in front of me after she left them, and you could see how happy she was, and it was very cool. So we run to mile 12. And, you know, my friend says he's asleep or so. He's gonna sleep, or he'll try and see me. I don't know if he's see me, but then I'm running and I see him outside on the corner all alone. And it's like right where he lives. So that's what's really cool. And I freak out because he's the first person I see on the route. And I run past him and I hug him. And I think I'm going to add the clip onto this video. I'll do it right here. Waving. But it was such a boost to see the people you love root for you. And then I kept running, and I got to the half, 13.1, and something kind of funny happened. My phone turned off, like my running app disconnected for like a mile, so I was waiting to hit the half-mile mark, and I ended up actually hitting 14 miles before I knew where it was, so that was a blessing. So my guide got disconnected. He ended up being a mile behind me every time, you know, on my app. But he said at the beginning, he said, hey, you know, the mileage on this app that you're going to hear about is from GPS. We might be, you know, it might be wrong. Follow the course map, and the marathon you're running is right. So do that. Yeah. So I kept running, and then I ran. I'm still in a really good state, and I keep just running 15, 16, 17, and then I know my family's at 18 miles, so I get to 18, and what's weird about the LA Marathon is that at the 18 mile is also the finish line next to it, because it does a little loop around. Thankfully, the finish line was covered up, so you couldn't really see it, but I run through and I see my family on my left, and I hug them, and I have a friend there, and you can see how utterly excited I am to see them. And then I keep running, right? So we're at 18. I've only ran 19 miles. I've been gelling up every 3 miles, and I do it. I forgot to gel up at 18, but I do it at 19. And then I hit mile 20, and my friends are on the left, and I give them a hug, and then I keep running. I run to 21. I run to 22. And I'm not even thinking about it, but I'm just continuing to run. And it gets hard. We go to 23, and I keep telling myself, Nick, be patient. You know, you're at mile 20. You can go fast, but be patient. You're going to have your time. Be patient. And so instead of going full forward, I'm reserving. But I keep running, and then I get to mile 23 when we do a turnaround. And what's hard about this section is, like, when you're running to 23, is like all the people next to you are running the opposite way, so you can see people finish. You can see the other mile markers. Like, I was running the 21st mile, and I saw the 20. No, I was running the 20th mile. I saw the 23 on the other side. but you turn around, and then what's also hard is on the last section on the way back, it's all uphill. So I'm running. I can feel myself getting tired, but I say, just be patient. And you know what was interesting? I was just like, enjoy the run where you are now. You're tired. You're at mile 23. Run mile 23 right now. I wasn't thinking about the finish. I wasn't thinking about anything else. I was just feeling my pace, and I was passing people. The entire run, I was passing people slowly, kind of fastly. I used the downhills. I just used momentum to kind of go fast, and I kept moving, which I was just like, holy fuck, I never ran this much before. I've only ran 90 miles, and then I go to 24, and I'm back to where my friends are. They cross the other side, everyone. And so I pass my friends on 24, and they're cheering, and there's a video of me smiling, and you can see it, which is really, really cool. And then I get to mile 25, and I see some other friends, and then this is what's interesting. You get to mile 25, and then it says 1 mile to go. It doesn't give you a mileage. It doesn't say, 25.2. It says 1 mile to go. And I begin to smile because I say, holy shit, I might actually be able to accomplish this. My first goal was just to run the thing. That was it. I just wanted to run the full thing. And I'm just so utterly proud of myself because I kept running. I literally just kept running, and I was using my friend. I got last mile was really, really hard. I could feel the fatigue. I could see everyone around me walking. I could see and feel people, being really tired around me, and I was getting really tired. I finally had the thought cross my mind. I was like, you could walk. Why don't you just walk? Just walk, Nick. Just walk. And what drew me was I had my friends. That's kind of like mileage time. So it's like, I just need to see my family. I was literally like, I can't look weak in front of my family. I need to go. And they were at the 26-mile mark, and so I kept running. I kept being like, Nick, be patient. I'm with you. Nick, I'm with you. Be patient. I trust you. Be patient. And I kept running, and then instead of uphill, it became flat, and I was like, oh my god. And then I saw the finish line, and I was like, oh my god, it's right there. And then I see my family, my friends on the left, and they're like, woohoo, Nick, go. And I go, I'm doing it. I'm running a marathon. And then I keep running, and I run through the finish line, and I run through the finish line. There's a photo, and then I take a video, and the video's on Instagram, and maybe I'll post it here, but you can see how utterly amazed and out of breath I am. And you've crossed the finish line, and I did it, and you can see I go, oh my god, I did it. And then all I needed to do was pee. My bladder was so full. And so they give you a medal, and they give you a heat shield, and they give you water and food, and then I walk to the bathroom, and then I take my photo, and it was just amazing. And then my family came at the other end. It was so crowded. They came at the other end, and I was like hobbling. I couldn't really walk. There are people like lying on the ground, people like dehydrated. There were people, I heard people kind of like were crawling to the finish line, all this stuff. And I go to see my family, I'm like wobbling, like I'm going really slow, and my sister hugs me, and she just hugs me, and she goes, I'm really proud of you. Because the night before, I think we were in SF, I told her that I was utterly scared of the marathon. And she was like, I'm utterly scared of applying to business school. And I said, that's fair. And for her to hug me, she said, I'm so proud of you. And at that moment, like, I was emotional during the run a little bit, but I was more like really adrenaline, like very much like, oh my god, I'm doing this, like really excited. But when she hugged me, I just lost it. Just kind of how I just did right now. I just began to kind of cry because I did it. And yeah, guys, I worked really hard. I did it for 5 months, and I did it by myself, and it was scary. It was something I never did. And I remember, failing that 20 mile, hitting 19 mile and being like, crap, like, if I can't do this, how do I even know if I can complete the race? And what's fucking crazy
is I finished the race, and then I looked at the mileage, and I literally did it near my running mileage. So I did it like, sorry, okay. For the whole training, I was running at like 10-minute pace, and I was like, I would love to do a 10-minute pace, but I was telling my brother, I was like, as long as I finish the marathon, I'm fine. My pace was 10 minutes and 28 seconds for the entire race, which is insane because that's 7 miles that I never ran before. 7 miles I never ran before. And I placed 6,366 out of 20,500 people. I placed 6,366 out of 2,500 people, and I ran 10 minutes and 28 second mileage and I ran for 4 hours and 34 minutes because I started 17 minutes after. So I want to share that with you, and that's me doing something I'm absolutely terrified of that I did. And it was just really cool. I worked really hard for 5 months, and there were so many races, so many miles that races for training, I didn't hit the mileage. I failed. You can see, and you guys know this, there's so many videos where I was just like, I'm scared because I didn't hit it. And I learned, like, it's okay. I'm just telling you, it's okay if you don't hit your goals all the time. It doesn't reflect the end result at all. We should be struggling with our goals. We should be, having struggles with it, because that means that it's hard, and that means it's a great goal. We shouldn't hit every goal that we get. That's why it was amazing for this marathon. My goal, I lowered it. I was like, I want to run it at this time. My goal at the beginning of the race was literally just to finish it. It was literally just to finish the race, to run the full race. And it was literally like, you know what, I can walk. If I want to walk, I can walk. The fact that I ended up hitting the goals I initially set, which was, be around 10 minutes and to run the full marathon, I am just utterly proud. And I want to thank you for supporting me through all this, for being here on this channel, and for all the love and the hive and the memberships. And you guys are just family, so thank you. But you can tell there's a lot of emotion. And I'm utterly proud, and I highly encourage you, aim for those goals that seem rough. Aim for the goals that seem scary. And allow yourself to try. Marathon day, I was utterly scared. But I said, this is the day where you try. I said, this is your race. You trained for this. This is the day. And I did it. And so can you. Whatever you have in your life, you can do it. Be patient. Trust yourself. Really just trust yourself. That's really important. And give yourself time and love. Yeah, you can see I got injured during the race, and I didn't say let's go fast, or I didn't get mad at myself. I said, let's slow down and address this. And I prayed. Your boy prayed. And and I'm proud of that. I think it's good to tap into outside energy, if it's the people cheering you on the race, or God or the universe. Do that. Figure out what works for you. But just be so easy on yourself, because by being patient, by taking my time, literally I felt like I was taking my time. I literally was like, I trained hard for this, but I literally was like, take your time, give easy effort. I was at 10-minute miles. If I thought I need to go fast, I probably wouldn't have finished the race. I probably wouldn't have had such a good time. Both fun, but also, time. So just go slow, be patient, and I hope this was encouraging. Or if not, I hope you found it interesting. I know this ramble kind of got a lot, but please leave a like if you enjoyed this. That's the best way. That means the most to my channel, honestly, is the likes. Share this with a friend too, who's doing a marathon. My advice for marathon is trust, be patient, stick to the regimen, eat a ton of gels, eat energy gels every 30 minutes. That helps. And carb load before you run. I have to go in a sec, but the healing process was crazy. The first day I was like sort of on adrenaline, so I could still walk after the race, which was insane. The day after that, I could barely get out of bed, and today is the day after that, and I am still in pain, and I feel like jello legs. So it's hard. Running the marathon's hard. I can barely walk, but I am utterly proud. I hope you're proud. proud too. And thanks for being here. Make sure you subscribe. If you made it this far, can you leave an emoji of a running guy, or a dancing guy, or both? I'll give you extra love. And yeah, be really good to yourself. If no one's told you, you are phenomenal. You're doing fucking amazing. Life is confusing. It's all up in the air. Give yourself goals. Prove to yourself endless days that you are amazing. You deserve like great things, and give yourselves the opportunity to shine. I know it's scary to put yourself out there, or to give yourself a challenge, and to give your challenge on a very specific day or a very specific goal in front of multiple people. Trust me, I know, but it is so worth it. So worth it to do. So with that, I'll say good night. Thank you for listening, and I feel blessed to know you. Okay, have a wonderful day. Lots of love to you. Lots of love. I just ran a marathon. I ran a marathon. I literally can't fucking believe I ran a marathon. Literally so insane. And you can do it too. You literally can do it too. I promise you. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say goodbye in a sec, but I'm not even a runner. Like, I love running, but I trained for running. So like, if I can do this, you can do this too. That's all I gotta say. Okay. Lots of love. Bye. Hello. Welcome back to Nick's Ramble ASMR, where you can be you and I can be me. I wanted to do a little bit of a life's update ramble. So sit back, relax, and I'm just gonna kind of give you a heads up on what's been going on in my life recently. So I hope that you guys don't mind this setup. This lighting setup is a little bit funky today. I am figuring it out, but I wanted to draw attention to this beautiful thing in the back quickly. We have a new Bee on the Wall. So if you ever want to have your Bee on the Wall, join the membership program. Just click the join button down below. Helps this channel out a lot, but I just want to give a quick shout out to casual viewer for hopping on. So let's just talk about what's been going on in life recently. So it is currently mid-April, and a lot has happened in my life. A lot has happened in my life. This month, a month ago in mid-March, as a lot of you know, I ran the LA Marathon. The LA Marathon, which was very, very exciting, very, very scary. It was terrifying, honestly, but I did it, and that is on this channel. You can go check it out. So I trained for all of that, and then some other things that have been going on is I worked on a movie. So I work in entertainment, Los Angeles, that's where I live, and I work as a location scout for TV and movies, and I did a movie for a week. So just so you know, a movie like 90 minutes to however long, even a couple hours in length. They usually film it for around a month, so it's around like 3 or 4 weeks. The film that I worked on was mostly filmed in New York City, so they spent 3 weeks out there, and then they came here for a week, and that's why I worked on it. So I worked on it for a week. It was really nice, but the industry has been like really, really dead.
Teamsters, my union along with IATSE are going to be having our negotiations up soon for new contracts, and basically, I think a lot of productions are waiting for that to happen, and that's supposed to happen this month. I've been a little bit distanced from it. I haven't been really diving in, just because I haven't been getting a lot of work, and I don't think they really need me to do anything. I'm just gonna wait. So it's been a little frustrating having to wait a year and a half, because before that it was constant work. Pays really well, and in fairness, I don't know about you, but I actually was shitting on the job a little bit to the universe or to whoever listens to us, right? I remember being I want a new job, I don't like this job and everything, and I thank God or the universe was like, okay, we're going to take this job away from you, and we're either going to make you appreciate it, or we're going to help you find something better for you, and I think both happened. I found a very good community. I work as a barista, and these last through, I'm almost going to be there for a year, literally in a few days, and it's going to be insane because I've never worked at a coffee shop for more than a year. I've only been at a coffee shop for 6 months or so before this, and when I tell you that the people I worked with when I first arrived there, I was like, oh, I'm not going to be friends with them, or I felt like we weren't going to really click. I felt like an oddball out. I felt like they were really clicked up. Well, now, some of them are my favorite people that I've ever met in life, and yeah, so I'll be hitting my 1 year literally in 2 days, which is insane. And then tomorrow, today when you watch this, I actually have a tattoo appointment. I was debating whether I was going to tell you guys, but I guess I'm telling you, so I don't know if I'm going to do it or not. I'm very scared to get a tattoo. In my family, it's very, I grew up with the knowledge that it's very permanent, and, you should never do it, and all of that stuff. So, I think deep down I've always thought it'd be really cool, and I'd love to get it, but I'm very afraid of doing it, and I'm also not sure if I'm in love with the design, so we'll see tomorrow. I'm going to be very easy on myself, and if I don't want to do it, I'm not going to do it. If I do, I'm gonna, so we'll see. And yeah, I think it's just everyone's journey, I get it, people who have tattoos, I think you probably relate to when you first got your first one. It's not even the idea of the tattoo, it's just the idea of being tattooed. It's because I feel like once I get one, I know I'll want to get more, and it's kind of this idea of do I want that on my body or not? We can talk about the pros and cons. A pro is, I think it's really important to, express yourself and to show art, and to, I personally love people that have tattoos on them. I think it looks so attractive. I think it looks incredible. I think it's very self-empowering. Man, I can't speak. A lot of my friends have tattoos, and I think it looks very, very cool. Let me know what you think down below too. I do think people look cool with them. also am scared. I kind of say this and I kind of feel like I'm leaning towards getting it, because I'm kind of sick of being afraid in life and feeling like I'm running from things and feeling like I'm not embracing who I am or where I am in life. And another reason I'm very anti the tattoo is because I come from an acting background, and the actor me, sorry for the horn, actor me is very much protective of his body, and very much like, you know, people won't want to cast you if you have a tattoo and all this stuff. But then I know deep down for me, I think I would love to have it. I also love the message of like, not that it's a scar or anything, but I like that, like, as you go on in life, although you change, like, you have this collection of you on you, you know? And I would find it very spiritual, so those are the pros and cons. I'm obviously not really asking for, you know, your opinion about my body, but I'm asking about your opinion with yours. What's been your relationship with all of that? Have you ever questioned getting one? And if you got one, have you liked getting one? So that, and then I kind of stopped running from the marathon. I've been running on and off for a bit. I'll be going to Venice Run Club, which is like a running club, which I highly recommend if you ever want to do running. It's very social and it makes running very easy because you have all these people running with you as well. So yeah. I just made a roleplay video. Knock on wood, that didn't get deleted. I've been having a little technical difficulty recently, but that's why I'm in a suit jacket. So hopefully that'll be coming out soon. I feel really grateful. I got a new camera for this channel, and we got the new the new member, which is a huge deal. The membership thing, it's like, I can't really explain it, but it's like, it just means a lot. So it's like, and it's like the price of a coffee, as we all joke about. I say that a lot, but and you don't even have to do it for my channel, but I think for other people too, it's just, it hits differently than just a subscribing or whatever. So I was just very grateful that casual viewer, joined us on our live and the membership program. It made it really heightened my day and stuff, because, and also the lives, we go live on this channel, I absolutely adore that. It's the best because, and stop by if you ever want, it's literally just us casually chatting, we're friends, all of us, we're talking about what's like happening in our lives, giving each other advice, like joking. It's very, very chill, very, very nice. Every Thursday of the first month, like it's in that of every month, it's the first Thursday at like 7 p.m. PCT. Come swing by. I'm thinking of doing some other random lives. Quay ASMR, go check him out. He does all these beautiful rambles. He does like these lives vertically, and they do very well and everything because they go in the shorts section. But you're probably like, Nick, stop talking about YouTube. And I can, but it is part of my life because I make these for you and for myself. So that's greater than me. But let's talk about outside YouTube. I had a beer fest, which is so funny. Every year I host this event called the Beer Fest. It's LA Beer Fest, where it's like 100 tons of beer outside, and you get a little shot glass and you can go around and taste all these different beers. And this was year 3, and I did that on Saturday, and I actually did a ramble video on YouTube. And I was like, this could be a great video. It's gonna be called, a drunken ASMR ramble. myself some slack. If I, like yesterday was kind of a weird day for me, so I ended up not writing, but I know I'll catch up, and that's okay. It's not meant, like, you're not meant to be a machine, but it's nice because I did that all in February, and I cranked out a 90-page screenplay, and you'd be surprised. You can get a lot of good material, writing material, especially when you don't want to write. I don't know what it is, but the days where you don't want to write are sometimes the days where I find that I found something of a gem. Not while I'm writing it, but in hindsight. I think it's because you have to kind of like go through all the crap to write, and maybe you just like, you're not writing for the sake of writing. Like you get past all the fluff. I don't know what it is, but so I'm doing that. And to be honest, between you and me, as you made it this far, I'm assuming if you didn't make it this far, you don't really care. But the last few weeks have been very weird. It's been very off for me. Today was the solar eclipse, which was very cool. We saw it in LA, and I don't know if that has any impact on my mood or anything, but last week or so I've been feeling very like I'm floating in the world, like I'm not grounded, and I don't know if I'm disassociating, but very scatterbrained. I've been trying to go on dates. I've been dating a person, which has been exciting, although I'm not sure if it will continue. See, it's all this stuff because at the end of the day I'm not quite sure what I'm looking for, but I'm just trying to kind of take life as it is, not judge it, not control it, and just do it. So love life has been interesting, being going dating. I was trying to go on a date a week. The person I went with actually bought me flowers for the first time last week, which was very, very sweet. I've never gotten flowers, and if you're dating a guy or you are a guy, it's really nice to get flowers. So just, guys deserve flowers as well. And yeah, I've been working on trying to be more vulnerable with the people around me and myself. Our mantra or our intention this month is to be patient. I'm trying to do that too, even with tomorrow. I'm like not trying to jump to conclusions. I'm just gonna take it one step at a time if I'm gonna do the tattoo or not. I might even just go there and allow myself, if I really don't want to do it, even in her presence, I might be like, hey, I'm not gonna do this. That might be ballsy. We'll find out. I also just might wake up and be like not doing it, or I might be like, hell yeah. I'm acting like this is such a casual thing, but I promise you this, not that it matters. Some people get casual tattoos, but I've been thinking about this since like last November, and I've planned multiple times to do it, and I haven't done it, and I don't know, so we'll find out. I hope that you are doing well, and if you're not, no, that's okay, because I have not been doing the best either. But I always say this, but I think it's true. Life, changes. So if you're in a rut, it will dissipate. It will change. But something I kind of heard recently that I thought was good is you kind of need to go through the stuff. I think a lot of sadness and pain and suffering comes from trying to avoid the things that are occurring in our life, and something I'm trying to work on right now is to realize where I am, feel it, and be like, wow, this is not comfortable, and hopefully I can look for opportunities to feel better. It's scary when you feel like you're on autopilot. It's scary when you feel like, when life and stuff, is kind of making you do things controlling all your next steps or what's going to be happening. And I know, we find a lot of joy and comfort sometimes, but I promise you there's a lot of beautiful things that occur when you aren't in control. And God or the universe, they're going to present things that are very not in your control, when, especially times you feel uncomfortable, in order for you to live a life, to experience a life that you deserve to experience. My friend told me the other day, because he's kind of like dating this toxic boy. Anyway, not like he's like safe, it's just like emotionally toxic. And I just kept telling him, I was like, well, if you really wanted someone different, you would have someone different. And then he was very vulnerable, and I love this because it's true. He's like, I just want to experience things. Like, I live life to experience things. And I thought that was very illuminating. He, although this thing will maybe hurt him in the long run, he wants to experience this relationship, and his goal isn't to be comfortable and to stay stable. It's to experience things. Now, can you tell that he's an artist? Yes, me too. But remember that too, is like, yeah, comfort is great and stability is great, but life is meant to be experienced. And if you are very, very comfortable, life is going to do a funky thing where it's going to make you uncomfortable so you can experience things that you are meant to experience on this planet, in this world. So I know it can be scary, but I promise you, it's normal, and you're not alone, and like, we all are going through it. It is hard for us to talk about because I can't even conceptualize it when it's happening. Like last week, I could not explain to you why I was so sad or upset, and it was just something I was feeling. And I think we should live more in those moments where we just feel what we feel, and sometimes we don't understand it, but just allow yourself to feel it. Because at the end of the day, it's not representation of like your worth, like, or if you're succeeding, like, it's just things that are occurring in your life, and you are so strong and resilient and beautiful and such an amazing human that you are bound for hardships, and it's not a reflection of if you're worthy or not. You always are, and you can always overcome these things. And I really mean that from the bottom of my heart. And if you ever need community, we're here for you, because life is very difficult. But here, you are safe. And even if you don't know who you are, or who you're becoming, or who you were, it doesn't matter. Here you are where you are right now, and it's beautiful. So that's kind of something I'm learning right now. It is like how to be uncomfortable and just to like not try and change it, just to kind of like feel that feeling. So yeah, let me know if any of that resonated. That's kind of everything that's going on in my life, which is like exciting but also very nerve-wracking. I'll keep you up to date about the tattoo and stuff. Let me know if you have any other questions. Like, hit me up. I can answer them on my next life update. But I'm so glad you're here. If you made it this far, make sure you leave a star, and I'll know that you are special. I'll give you extra love. And yeah, if no one's told you today, you are so loved, and you are so admired. You are a breath of fresh air. You are triumphant. You are courageous. You are a dream to so many people. Do not forget that. Thank you for being here, and I send you a lot of love and wishes. I hope tomorrow is a wonderful day for you. And like, comment, and subscribe if you like this. Have a wonderful, wonderful night.
these are everyone that is supporting you and me to make this channel continue. So give them a lot of love. As you see, we have actually some newbies. We have Brandon, and we have Panini. So thank you for all of you that do that. If you want your bee on the wall, click the join button down below. It's amazing. Today's special video is a life's update video. I used to do a lot of these on my channel, talking to you guys about what I've been going through in life and everything, and I kind of wanted to do another one. So let's chat about it. I wrote this down on like a board, people, places, and things, so let's see if that kind of categorizes things. So first, so some people that I've been recently hanging out with in life is my family. I am from the East Coast of the United States of America, and I live on the West Coast in Los Angeles, California. I work in TV production and entertainment, sort of. We're going to talk about that in a sec. There's been some job stuff, but I live very far away. So this month I actually went to go visit my family for 2 weeks, and honestly it was one of the best times I've had in a really long time. I've been feeling very disjointed and ungrounded from my life recently. To be honest, life has just been kind of hard. Yeah, it's not easy growing up and getting older, is it? So I went back to see family, and it was so beautiful and so fun, and I got to see my parents and my older brother and his wife, and it was spring there, which was really, really cool, because where it is in Los Angeles right now is it's like always like 65 and sunny, which sounds great and is great, but when I went back home to the East Coast, it was full bloom of flowers, and everything was so saturated, and it smelled beautiful, and it just felt fresh, which you just don't get in Los Angeles. Sorry, but you don't. So I got to be there with them, and it was so nice. And it was just nice. I feel like I've used to go back home to recoup myself, to kind of get energy from them. And don't get me wrong, I did that. Like, I feel very lucky, and I hope you do too, but your family or your friends, you know how you use them sometimes to get energy and to just, reground yourself. They did that, but this time I actually also went to go check up on them. I'm growing up, and I'm just realizing how important relationships are, and how they are two-sided, and how it's actually very rewarding to be there for your loved ones. I never really realized that before, so that's something new. And 27, that's how old I am, is an interesting year. I've been very existential. I think I always am. I'm an artist, I'm a writer, I'm a screenwriter. I'm taking a class through LA right now, UCLA, for screenwriting. I've done short films. They've won awards, which is really cool. As the beginning of this channel, you guys saw and you were here for it, which is so awesome. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go check out like my first videos, and you'll see on this channel what I'm talking about. So much has happened, and sometimes it feels like nothing has happened at all. I get stuck a lot of times, and when I'm back with family, sometimes I have this impulse to just change everything in my life. Because I'm not where I thought I would be. I'm not comfortable. I'm learning a lot about myself, and to be frank with you, my comfortability comes from financial stuff, social stuff, being away from family, a lot of stuff, but not all of it is bad. A lot of it actually is me going towards a path of a life I really want. I don't want a life where I'm dependent on a job, where I'm dependent this on this channel, so that's what it is. I do this to also, we're friends. But yeah, it's kind of hard. I want to be in their life again. I don't want to just be someone that comes back and forth. It's different to live your life with someone, to get bored of them, right? To just show up. Showing up is so underrated, honestly. Just being in someone's presence makes a huge difference. So, those are things I'm noticing. Something else I've been realizing, this is with my career stuff, is I think I want to change careers, which is, well, not really, well, sort of. I'm very open now to changing career paths in a way, because I realize, and this sounds dumb, it does, because you're like, Nick, obviously, I realize how important finances are and everything, and I want to live a life that, I can feel supported and stuff. But I also am realizing, I have faith that the things I want to do, I'm going to do them regardless, like this channel, like movies and creating, and I would love that to be full-time, but I can't really see how that could work right now. We can do a whole video about the creative field and how volatile it is and how it's kind of difficult, the entertainment field. I've been here for 4 years in LA, and it's interesting seeing everyone's hopes when you first get here, and then the reality of it hits. And it's a very gnarly industry. There are strikes every couple years. The hours are really long, and don't get me wrong, working on set is really fun, and working on movies, and if you're new here, I've worked on huge TV shows and HBO and Sundance winning movies, and I've done it, and it's awesome. It is, and I'm very grateful for it, but it's a hard industry. The stability factor is non-existent, and when you're younger, that is fine. You're making your living, and that could be fine now for me as well, because I can pop on shows and I love doing all that stuff, but you kind of realize that stability offers you a lot of things that maybe we take for granted, like mental stability. You can show up for your loved ones in certain ways that maybe you can't when you don't know when you're working next. Consistency. Don't get me wrong, I know every job has its downfalls and pros, but these are just some things I'm thinking about. I also, for some life update stuff, so I'm taking a writing class, which I'm very happy about. I would encourage you, if there's anything that you're passionate about, to take a class. I was feeling kind of lost on what to do, and so I took a screenwriting class through UCLA, and I'm loving it. I've done writing before, but it's nice, it's like a treat, so I do that every Tuesday evening for 3 hours, and it's been really nice. It's work, but at the end of the day, I'm really enjoying it. It's making me do the things that I never, sorry, my roommate's coming in, but things that I never actually made myself do, like I've sort of done this, but watch movies and read the scripts and do script analysis. And doing treatments and outlines and all of this traditional screenwriting stuff, which I find really, really cool, because I write in a way that just goes straight to the story. I throw everything on the page and then I edit, but this works backwards, or the opposite, where you get all your ideas together before you even attack the page. Massachusetts, who I unfortunately have a crush on. And I say unfortunately because they're a friend. So I saw them, and it was awesome. I think it's just like I found the friend really awesome. So yeah, I saw them in Massachusetts, which was really cool. We got drinks. It was fun. And who else? Yeah, it was really nice coming back here, seeing friends, places. I've been to Massachusetts and traveling and everything, but today, let's go to things. I bought pink Crocs, and I know you might come out and be like, what the F, Nicholas? But Crocs are back in, first off, and pink. I was wearing it today, and I'm kind of wearing it right now. You can't see, but I'm wearing like a very emo aesthetic, and I love wearing emo aesthetic all black, black sunglasses, and then you throw on bright pink Crocs. It's hilarious, and I love it. And it's kind of a reminder: don't take yourself too seriously, right? So yeah, that's good. Some things I'm looking forward to. I'm filming the next season of The Masked Singer. In June, so I am gonna be booked and working full time, which I'm excited to make money again. I think something that's been difficult with me, and this creative path of trying to be a filmmaker, living in Los Angeles, trying to create a life. Well, there's a couple things. I think one thing I'm trying to learn is like figuring out what I, as Nick, actually want out of life. We're gonna get philosophical and then we'll get logistical. But I don't know if you relate to this, but I have all these things that I thought would make me happy or thought would fulfill me, and they don't fully. They haven't for a really long time, and it's, as my friend says, an ego death. Very scary because the idea of who we are, who I think I am, is changing, and the foundation of what I my geez, that was loud. And the foundation of what my life is based upon is changing, which is frightening. So I feel like all the decisions I did, might no longer make sense to me, which is very scary because then it feels like I didn't make the right choices in life when I know I did. It just, maybe aren't the same ones I would have done now, which I guess is growing. That's weird. That's very weird. That's probably why it feels so weird, because you're kind of like, the other logistical thing that makes this lifestyle a little difficult, I'm realizing, is finances. And we all know how much money plays a role in life. Something I haven't really taken into consider is that a lot of the projects I want to make, like films, they cost money, and you might be like, dang, Nick, duh. But I was working my entertainment job so I could like throw money into my films, but the industry hasn't been consistent enough for me to do that, so that's been a little disheartening. Another update for you guys, which I'm actually kind of excited about and also nervous, is I am going to be trying to work more on this channel. I think one of the blessings, and I don't want to get emotional, but I really could. One of the blessings out of this really volatile time of my life in these last few years, or in general, has been meeting you guys and creating this channel and this community of really cool people. I don't think you guys understand how much I wake up and I feel really grateful to know you. And you might be new here, so hi. Don't watch me get emotional, but we have a Discord, and I wake up and I, see everyone there, and we're really like family, and I can get emotional because I know what it feels like not to, I wouldn't say have a family, I've got the best family, but when I started asmrramble ASMR, I felt very alone. I remember being in my room and wish I had back then, and I'm just so blessed that you helped to create it. You show up even watching these videos and commenting and liking and subscribing. That helps. Everyone that's donated, join the membership, that helps. Our goal for this channel is just to create a wonderful community and keep building it. And as many of you know, but I'm never ashamed to say, I will say the story of the hive all the time. But our mascot is a bee because our community is called the hive, and bees, as you know, leave the hive and they go get their nectar and they go on their own journey, but they always come back. And that's how I view this channel, and that's how I view our relationship, you and I. I know you're not going to be here for every video, and I know you have your own life, and honestly I know that maybe we might not see each other for a very long time. That's okay. What matters is that you know you have a home and you have a place to relax, to be yourself, to feel like you can actually breathe and be your authentic self and be weird and everything that you don't feel like you can be when you're out in the world. And our goal on this channel is to help you return to that self and to eventually bring that out into the world, because who you are is amazing. And I say a lot of this in reflection to me, because these are things I've always wanted to hear and I find very important. But you guys, I just want to say thank you. You guys have really changed my life, and you've changed a lot of each other's lives. I know that. You've saved lives. You really have. So thank you for just being here and showing up. And I would obviously love if you continue to support our community, or I'll give you a little insight. It's interesting having this channel because, I want to direct it a certain way, but really all of this also comes down to you guys. It's going to change in ways that will benefit you the most, and I'm always figuring out what that looks like. So be vocal, show your interest, all of that. But that's a live update because I'm currently trying to do more lives. So as you guys have seen, most likely I go live now, mostly to meet new people, to grow our community. It's for you guys. I want you guys to have more bees and more family members and everything. That's why I do that. And one day I really hope I can live off of this as well. So I'm really trying for a long time. We're gonna see. I've always been consistent. That's something I'm very proud of. I've always made videos every single week for the beginning of this channel. That will continue always, but now I'm trying to put more intention in stuff, so wish me luck. But yeah, so we have that update, and also fun update, I also booked tickets for EDC next year, which is the earliest I've ever booked tickets in general for anything. So I'm excited because that's on my bucket list. I love EDM. I've always wanted to go, and I was afraid of going alone, but now I have a friend to go. I invited my friend to go as well. But yeah, life. I'm not trying to. Your boy can get existential. I'm an artist, so I can always dive more into it. Let me know if that interests you, but I'm gonna try and keep it more light because you deserve just to relax and
as well down in the comments. But if you made it this far, leave an emoji of a pink heart, so I know you made it this far, and I'll give you extra love. And thanks for being here. Like, comment, subscribe, and do all the YouTube stuff, and help us grow to 5K. Join our membership if you care to. We also have a Discord, which is very fun, down below. So, with all that being said, thank you for being alive. Thank you for being you. I feel really blessed to have this space with you. So, stay lovely, my friends. And for everyone that celebrates it, happy Pride Month coming up. Be safe. I'm going to be with you there in spirit, and we're all going to celebrate. So, lots of love. Take care of yourself. Okay. Bye.
Hey, how are you doing tonight or today, whenever you are watching this? I hope that you've had a great day, or that you're gonna have a great day. I am here by the ocean, as you can tell, off of a highway, as you can also maybe tell by the cars. I hope that isn't too bothersome, but I thought this would be kind of a fun area for us to do a life's update for what's been going on in my life. A lot of you really like soft-spoken, so I'm making this video soft-spoken for you. So if you enjoy soft-spoken, make sure that you give me some love down in the comments, because I usually do whispering, but I'm doing this for you. I'm going to talk about my life in a second, so sit back, relax, and enjoy. But if you want info and more intimate details about my love life, do me a favor and click the join button down below. It's the price of a coffee, and I'm going to be throwing on a personal life's update video about my dating life and some more intimate details in the membership group. So go check that out. It's a great way to support the channel. But besides that, let's just get into the video, shall we? So I have a couple things written down. I'm just going to talk about them. And yeah, so the first thing I want to talk to you about, like for a life update, is I don't think we did a life update this month. So it's June, it's Pride Month, baby, and I want to talk to you, kind of give you like how Pride has been for me and everything. It's been a really great time. So I do identify as part of the community, as many of you know. So this year was a really fun year for me for Pride. So I've been in Pride before. I've been to like parades, and I've been dancing and outside and all of that stuff before. But I don't know why, but this year I really feel really grounded in Pride in a way that I haven't been. So literally the first weekend and stuff, so Pride is all of June, so literally the first weekend, which is like the end of May, and like June 1st and 2nd, I went out with some friends to Pride in LA, which is in WeHo, and I went to a Kesha concert. I went with my friend, and we danced, and it was all free, and then we went to some of the WeHo clubs, and we went out to and then on Sunday we went to the parade, and it was just so fun. There's nothing quite like Pride. Like, I love the idea of just being around people that are loving, caring, and most of all just being their authentic selves. Like, that's what we are all about on this channel, right? So it was just really cool, and I felt very loved and very, like, grounded. And there is a thing that happened relationship-wise that I'll talk about later, not on this video, but another one. But yeah, it probably was really, really fun. And this month I've been trying to go back to WeHo and stuff, but I've been really, really busy with work, which is the other thing I'm going to talk about. This month has been like literally so insane for me. I think some of you may have noticed, maybe not have noticed, that my videos, I usually do 3 videos a week. I dropped it down to 2 because I kid you not, I'm working literally every single day except for 2 days this month. I am working at the coffee shop, as many of you know, but I'm also working at The Masked Singer, the next season. So I am filming all of that this month, which has been very exciting and fun. But it's been very, very busy. And so I've been trying to do my films and like all this for the channel, but I've been extremely busy trying to make up a lot of money. And I really have been enjoying going back to work there. It's all pretty much the same people that it was last season, and so it's like a family reuniting. As many of you have seen, I hope you've seen it, on my channel I did a coworkers do ASMR, and those are all the people that are on that show with me. So they're lovely humans, and I get to do that around, I would say, like 3 or 4 days a week. So I go to Hollywood, we go to the studio, and we film it. And I'm only there for the shoot days, as many of you know, which is really fun. And I'm a panel PA, so I work with one of the judges, which is very fun. And it's just been so good. I love my coworkers. And then on every single off day, I've been working at the coffee shop. I was even supposed to work today at the coffee shop, but I decided I needed a break. So I didn't go, and I'm so happy I didn't go. I needed a break. So this month is just work, and play with the pride and everything. That was really, really fun. And yeah, I just feel way more comfortable in the community more than I ever have before. And I think part of that stems to just feeling more grounded in myself and authentically who I am. And I encourage you, whether you're part of the community or not, to go celebrate Pride. There's something so beautiful about everyone just being themselves and loving each other for it. You're not expected to be homogenous or to look the same, and that's not what Pride's about. Pride's about, you know, being yourself and loving each other for being authentically themselves. So I just adore that, and I hope to do more this month, but it's been really nice that I got to do it at the beginning of the month, because last year I barely did any Pride until like the last week, and I'm glad I carved out some space to go celebrate. So it's also been nice because I've made more queer friends this year, so I actually have people to go with, which I would recommend for you. If you feel like you're not going to Pride and you want to, like, go on Bubble BFF, go meet some queer people and go celebrate with your family. I found it funny, my roommate said that she was like, happy gay birthday. And I was like, what do you mean? And she's like, it's Pride Month. And I was like, oh my god, that's so funny. So happy gay birthday. Gay birthday. It's also been a fun little month because my roommate has been gone for a week. She went back home to where she's from, and I have never lived in our apartment alone, and it's, as much as I miss her, I do miss her because she's very fun and we get along very well. It's nice kind of living in my own place for a bit. I can walk around, not be self-conscious. Not that I am, but you know what I mean, right? Like when you live with someone, you're always kind of aware of them and like hoping to be like courteous to them and everything, and it's been nice to live alone for a bit. It's been nice, and she comes back tomorrow and I'm excited to see her, but that's been kind of a nice little update, having an apartment to myself. I also got a skateboard, which was really, really cool. Your boy had this impulse. I really wanted to get around my neighborhood without driving, and I was initially gonna get a bike, but then I thought that was gonna, you know, be hard to store, so I bought a skateboard. And I've never skated before. I don't know how to snowboard. I've only skied, so I'm learning how to skateboard, and I got this beautiful longboard. It's amazing. So I'm really, really excited about that. And yeah, it'll be really, really fun. I also am finishing up, or I just finished up my writing class. As many of you know, I took a writing class this month, so I it was through UCLA Extension course. It was a screenwriting course because I'm a writer-director, and I just finished it yesterday. And I still technically have homework. I have to send in a treatment and stuff, but I had my last class yesterday, and that was really fun. It's been a lot to juggle, but it was really cool taking the screenwriting class, and it kind of forced me to do the things I never actually did, but I wanted to do, like reading scripts and watching their movies and doing an analysis between the two, finding, you know, what the directors changed. Also, like learning about outlining treatments and synopses and like how to pre-write a script, because I usually just write scripts free flow, and I love learning this new method of that. Has been really, really nice. And yeah, and I'm hoping to do maybe in the next class in July. It's around like $700, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to afford it, but we'll find out. But it's been such a lovely time. I like absolutely adored it and all of that. And yeah, I found it. I inspire you. You know, if you ever feel like you're bored, you don't know what you're doing, go take a class for something that excites you. It was really fun to learn again and to be invested again, and it's all going towards my feature film that I want to shoot next year. So it's been a very nice thing. Which, by the way, I keep promoting, but there's links down in the bio that if you ever want to follow my art, whenever I make films and stuff, there's a link. It says follow my art, or it might not even be down there. It's just the link's there. You'll see. And you can put your email in, and I'll send you all the info when I start making all that, the film and stuff, if you want to be a part of it. We're always looking for producers and like everything, so throw your info down there. But yeah, it's been good. I'm glad it's over. I'm glad I get some more free time, and this kind of leads me into my next topic, which is August. So working a lot has kind of cleared my mind and made me realize that I want to sublet my place. So I think I'm going to sublet my place in August to a friend and maybe travel. So you might see me in the future either back home, or I might be up in Portland where my film will take place, to scout that out a bit. So we will find out. We will find out. We will find out. We will find out. But I'm excited. So August will be a fun thing. I kind of got this impulse to, I've always wanted to go up there, and the industry is very slow right now, which is very annoying, very frustrating. But I just have a calling to go up one day, so I think I'll do that. It'd be nice not to have to pay rent and to kind of like freeze my funds. So we'll see. But those are kind of everything that I wanted to chat about on this video. But let me think if there's anything else. Like I said, it was really nice being with my coworkers again. I got home. I went on a trip with my family recently, and that was really nice coming back. Family, I realize, is just so important to me and very, very like essential. I don't know, like that sounds obvious, but it's been more obvious to me more than late. It's been more than late, and I'm just really excited to travel and stuff. I'm gonna be giving my dating update in the membership, so I keep pushing that. So I'm sorry if that's annoying, but just want to make sure that you're aware. Yeah, I'm excited for the future of this channel too. Oh my god, how did I not talk about this? We have a huge update. One of our videos on our channel went like kind of viral, which is really fun. It's the roleplay one of the high school roleplay, which many of you, that's maybe how you have found me, so hello. But as many of you know, I've been working on this channel forever, and that was just a really cool thing I'm really grateful for. I'm glad that popped off, and it has the most views out of any video I've ever made, and it has the most likes out of any video I've ever made. It had like 700 likes, which is a huge just thank you for all of you that have done that, for sharing everything, and it means the world. It really does. And yeah, I think I put it out like a week or two, and then it blew up the third week, and I don't know how that happened, but thank you for all your support and everything, and that was just a fun little celebration we can celebrate. So yeah, that's kind of a quick life update with me. I'm excited to see what next month brings, but yeah, this month I'm just so busy, so if you are wondering where I am or anything, that's what's up. I am still being very consistent with posting and all that, so like, just so you know. But yeah, I encourage you, oh my god, to maybe potentially join the membership down below, because we are one member away from getting a huge milestone for YouTube, which is getting like banners. It will like show who's following on my page, so we need just one more person. So click that button down below, just see what is available. I think it's amazing. We have a really amazing community, all the people there. But I also made emojis. You can grow your own bee. You can see my dating life video and all these other personal videos. There's also a new tier where you can get personal videos from me, all this fun stuff. So go check it out, see if any of it resonates with you. It's the best way to support the channel and to help this channel continue to grow and make more videos, because these videos are free and hard to make. They're not like hard to make, but you know, they take time. So if you do appreciate this channel and me and everyone on this, that would just be a beautiful plus. But there's no pressure. I know everyone's doing their own life, so but I just want to put you aware of that. So yeah, that's everything that's going to be happening to me this month and next month. It's been good to be busy again. I'll say that. It's been very good to be busy. But I hope you take very good care of yourself. I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your week. And if no one's told you, you are so loved, you are so important, and you are so cared about. Be weird, be yourself, be your authentic self, be cuckoo and crazy, and let yourself breathe a little bit. My thing too is, you know, let other people's stress kind of roll off your back. If people are putting stress on you or forcing you to do something or encourage you to do something, just let that go. You need it. Life is only as hard as you make it. So if you want it to be hard and a struggle, let that be. But other than that, go with the flow. Go like a boat on the ocean. Just go with the current. And it's scary. I know it's scary not knowing where you're going, but it just takes so much energy to try and stay in place. So allow yourself to grow, okay? Allow yourself to grow. Allow yourself to be who you're meant to be. And don't judge yourself. Don't judge yourself so much. So I'm so happy that you've made it this far. If you made it this far, leave an ocean emoji or a car emoji, because I know all these cars are passing. Hopefully it hasn't been as loud for you as it is for me. But I love you, I adore you. Thank you for all your support. It really means everything. And I will see you in my next video. Okay. Bye. Hey everyone, how are you doing today or tonight, whenever you're watching this? I hope you're doing well. Tonight's video is a fun video. It's going to be a life catch-up with your boy Nick. That's who I am. So sit back, relax, put this on in the background, or check out my face as it speaks. But I'm going to give you guys a check-in on my life. So let's see what's been going on, shall we? So let's get into it. And as always, make sure you press the likes button down below, comment hi, and subscribe before we get into the video, just so you don't fall asleep or forget to. It's free and it helps the channel grow, and that's what we're all about. So spreading it to good people. So let's get into life ramble. So I think that my last check-in with you guys was probably in June, when I was working The Masked Singer. It's a reality show. I live in Los Angeles, if you guys don't know, and I work in production for entertainment. June was crazy. What a crazy month that was. I was working nonstop, and it was really, really fun. July came around, which we're in now, and it's been really slow. I work at a coffee shop, and it's fun, don't get me wrong. I love the people. It's the coffee shop I work at is like right around the corner, so it's I like walk to it. And my roommate works at the coffee shop, and all my friends work there, so it kind of feels like the TV show Friends, to be honest. So it's really fun. I go there on all my off days too, to grab a coffee, to write. I love screenwriting and all that stuff, fun jazz. There are some new updates with the future, which I'm excited to share with you guys about. I have decided, drumroll please, I'm going to be traveling in August and September. I'm going to be going to see family, but also, more importantly, not that that's important, that is, but I'm going to be doing a writing retreat, a screenwriting retreat, which I'm really excited to do. I'm working on a feature film that I want to shoot next summer, and I want to carve out some time basically to hunker down and just write it. I've written a couple drafts of the film, but it needs some shaping, and I thought it would be kind of cool to give myself the time to kind of like hunker down and do it, see if that works better for me. So I'm going to be doing that in September. I was initially going to do it for a month, but then I found out my friend can only sublet for like 2 weeks in September, so we're going to cut it in half, and hopefully, fingers crossed, it's going to go okay. So I'm excited about that. And then I'm also going to be taking part 2 of my screenwriting class. So if you don't know, I've been taking the UCLA Extension screenwriting class. I'm in part 2 for a feature film. It starts tomorrow. I really like the first one. The first one's all about pre-writing. So it's all about like how do you generate ideas for a script, how do you do outlines and treatments and everything before you even start writing. And then part 2 is you write the first act of your film. Part 3 is you work right up until the climax, and then part 4 you do like the act 3. I don't think I'll do 3 and 4, but I wanted to do class 2 because I wanted to work with how to create scenes and all of that and structure from a class. Everything I've learned before is from all books, screenwriting books, which I think is honestly the best way to learn. But I'm trying to build my confidence in saying I'm a screenwriter and director. Many of you will give me crap in the comments because I do, as you guys can see behind me maybe. This is a poster of my short film called Flowers, which has actually won awards, and it's won Best Direction at the LGBT Toronto Film Festival, and it's actually going to New York City in August, so that's the other thing I'm going to go see. It's also been to London and stuff, but you probably understand what this feeling is, you know, like imposter syndrome, where you kind of feel like sometimes you don't know when to claim the identity of things. So for me, something that helps for me is if I feel like that, I try and build all the facts to support the case that is who I am. So one thing that was holding me back from, you know, sharing writing or just saying I'm a director-writer, I do say I'm a director-writer, but one thing that's been holding me back, sorry about that, is never taking a class. So I was like, you know what, let's take a class, and then we have no more excuses. So that's what I'm doing. It's been nice. It's been filling in the holes of things I didn't know. But I'm nervous because I'm going to be taking it. It's a lot of work, and it's going to be taking it literally mostly during August and September when I'm going to be vacationing, sort of. My film that I want to write is a road trip film, and it goes from LA all the way up to Portland. And I'm really excited because in August I'm going to be seeing an old high school friend, and I just figured this out today. I'm going to go see an old high school friend in Seattle, and I'm going to go drive all the way up there, up the PCH, and I'm going to stay there. And I've never been to Seattle. I've been to Portland, but not Seattle. And it's funny because my film takes place around high school friends, and although the film is a little bit removed from my life, it is connected. So that'll be really cool. That's gonna be in August, and then I'm gonna be hanging out with my sister in San Francisco, and then I'm also going to be going to Florida, and then I might go back to Boston, where I'm from, to do the writing retreat. So I'm also going to New York for the feature film, not feature film, but for the film festival. I went to school in New York, so it'll be good to reconnect with people. But it's gonna be busy, but it's been good. I've also been doing therapy, which I highly recommend. If you ever think about doing it, do it. Something that's been really fun with that is I used to think that it was going to solve all my problems. It doesn't, but it has been like a delayed notification of what it's like. So for instance, when I was taking it, I thought I'd get it would immediately solve things, and it didn't, and it doesn't. But it does like 2 months from now, if that makes sense. It's like delayed. So it's sometimes really good to just have an objective view of your life, and it's not even like whether things are right or wrong what you're saying. It's just like someone just kind of to bounce off, like, hey, this is how you're thinking about things, and this is how you view life, and like, are you aware of these things? And it's been really nice for me. I also, not to get meta with you guys, but YouTube has been going very well. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm so happy you guys are here if you're new. I'm so happy if you're here if you're old, like John. Just kidding. That's just a member I give a lot of crap to. Mama Fern, Rhea, Maddie, Brandon, Ali, Panini. I love you, Bob's the Builder. These are all members that I absolutely adore. They're the reason this channel keeps going. Their support is everything. You'll see them in the comments. They have like bees next to their names. They help me make these videos, seriously, like the lights, the camera, everything. So, and we have a really cool community of people there, and I just love every single one of you, so thank you for that. You can also join us there if you ever feel encouraged to. It's the price of a coffee, and you just press the join button down below. And it's so cool. Just click the button to see what it's all about. You don't even have to technically join, but I'm really proud of our community, and we would love to have you. I'd love to say hi to you and welcome you in, but it's been going really well. And yeah, I'm excited to see family. I'm really excited that I'm allowing myself to have this opportunity to kind of do the things I've always wanted to do but never allowed myself to. I don't know if you're anything like me, but for a long time there's been a lot of things I've been like, I want to do this, but then I always be like, well, you can't do that. And I kind of like, I would romanticize these things because they would kind of hurt me in a way. It sounds dumb, but sometimes it feels good to feel like you're not good enough. But I'm happy now that I'm allowing myself. Writing and taking a writing retreat was always something I want to do, and I love that I'm like carving that out. And it's scary because, once that's gone, you're kind of like, well, what's stopping me? And I'm at a point in life right now where I realize I don't want to be the person holding me back anymore. That's what everyone else is for. Like, let the reins go and let's just go. Change is scary, success is scary, and failing is scary. But I think I'd rather be the person that makes choices and goes for things versus just letting life happen. I don't know how it's going to show up in my world. I'm very much content with this idea of like, you think things and then they turn into your reality. So sometimes we need to, if there's something you want to do, like for instance, go on a diet or hike or work out or like do that challenging thing, sometimes you need to think about it first, and then you need time before it happens. That's kind of where I'm at. So yeah, and I just want to go. I want to not be scared to share my writing. I want to not be scared to try all that stuff out, basically. And I think we're working towards that. So, if you're anything like me, I would love to hear from you in the comments. Is there anything like you're doing in your life that's helping you build confidence in your life to go for the things you want, because sometimes I feel like we need to do that. We need to build proof to do things, when in reality we don't really need to do that. But for me, it helps me force myself to do the things. I would love to live in a world where I just do things and become a little delusional. But who knows? I'd also love to hear from you, not to get more meta again, but what your favorite videos on this channel are. We're trying new things out, and it's very scary sometimes, but I love doing it, and I love being with you guys. I love it. My family, my parents are going on a long trip right now, which I don't think they've ever done for 30 years together, basically, and I'm so excited for them. They're going to Europe, and I'm just so happy they are living their lives now. And you know, they work really hard, but they're retired, and now they're going on a trip together. And send them good energy, please. I'm so proud of them. And yeah, everyone in my life seems like they're doing well. Me and some friends, it's been really cool. We have been doing some short films. So I have two friends, the guy that shot my short film Flowers, and my other friend, and we sort of created a production company. I don't know if it'll last, but it's called Parameter Productions, and please don't steal that. But if you do, please don't steal that. But we basically give ourselves parameters. So we'll make a list of like props of like where we're shooting it, locations, genres like comedy, drama, all that stuff. We'll make a list of cameras and of like themes, and then we use a random number generator to basically pick all of it, and then we choose a day and we just film something. So we just film something, I'm editing it. I'm trying, this is a heads up, I'm trying really hard to make them ASMR related so that I can throw them on this channel to see if you guys maybe want to watch them. Let me know if that's something that you guys are interested in. I love filmmaking, I want to direct, I want to write. YouTube is sort of videos like that. I would love to kind of go that direction. Let me know if that's something you're interested in, or if you just love this more relaxed energy. But I would love to make more films, and so I'm excited for you guys to see that. I act in it, which is fun. But yeah, that's kind of everything that's been going on. Love life, I'm going to throw that on into the members channel, so if you want to know my love life, go join. It's the price of a coffee, as I said before. Also, the reason I say this, we're trying to build a really good community, and that's going to be kind of our home. So it's called The Hive, so come check us out. We're from all over the world, and it's such a beautiful place. We do lives together. If you ever need a family or friends, we're that place for you. I can guarantee it. But I'll throw that over there, and yeah, feel free to check out the other videos. I love you so much. If no one's told you, you are doing so amazing in life. Even if it doesn't feel like it, I'm here to really remind you that you are. This is your first time doing any of this at your age, doing whatever you're doing, and give yourself some grace, because you are doing the best you can, and I'm proud of you. And everyone on this channel is so proud of you. Everyone that gives a like down below is proud of you. Everyone that comments down below is proud of you. And if you ever see a bee out in the world floating, it's a reminder to you about this channel and all the people that love you, that are strangers. You know, you might walk past someone and they might be a part of this community, you might not even know it, but they love you and they support you and they're rooting for you. I'm rooting for you, and we're all rooting for you. So, relax, you are amazing, and go spread some good juju out in the world. I'll see you in my next video, but before I forget, leave a B down in the comments down below so I know you made it this far. Okay, have a great night, my friend, and I'll see you soon. Bye.
guys, I hope that you are doing very, 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 very well tonight or today, whenever you're watching this. If you could do me a favor and just give a likes to this video and comment, I'd love to hear from you. I'm just gonna do a soft, very fast ramble about my life, little life update. If you're new here, enjoy, but if you have known what I've been up to, I've been traveling a lot, so I want to tell you all about my travels from my road trip up the west coast of California, all the way to my NYC short film premiere. And then I want to tell you where I'm at right now, future game plans, and some things that have been on my noggin, things that I've been kind of processing, working through, in case you guys also are going through them as well. I would love to hear from you. But on this channel, I'm very into transparency and kind of like, sharing is caring. So let's just get into it. Sit back, relax, and let's go. So I've been traveling for nearly a month and a half, which I can't believe it's going to be around almost due for all of August and September. I will not have been home in Los Angeles. I initially, in August, have a screenplay I'm writing, which has been a very tough thing, and I'm gonna tell you more about it later, about why it's been a little bit tricky, but I have a screenplay that's a road trip that takes place from LA that goes all the way up to Portland, and so I did the solo road trip like 2 years ago, but I wanted to do it again to kind of like remember and immerse myself in the environment. So I did the road trip solo all the way up from LA to Seattle. I visited some family in California, and then I went to go see a high school friend in Seattle. I'm going to keep some of the personal information out, but I'll tell you the experience and stuff. It was such an amazing drive. One of my really good friends from LA lent me his camera, and it was a film camera, and I brought it, and I've been taking all this film footage for the road trip all the way from, I drove all the way up the PCH, so there was these oceans, the most amazing drive you could ever do, oceans, and it's blue, and you have these redwood trees in Northern California, and these like desert oasis, and then you get up to Seattle, and I don't know about you, but I've always been told that Seattle is like such a rainy place, very depressing. I always think it's like Grey's Anatomy, so it's very like, you want a sweater, and it rains, and it's misty, and no. When I went there, it was the most amazing place I've ever been recently, and it was so sunny and warm and lush and green, and I went hiking and I went paddleboarding, and the kind of sum of Seattle is the first thing that we did in Seattle is, because I got there really late at night, and then the first thing we did in the morning was, my friend, and you probably know this, my friend is like, he just moved, and he lives with his girlfriend, and they're trying to make new friends, and so we went to this thing they got invited to, which is this like coffee mixer, and we basically had to bring mugs, and we walked in the neighborhood, and then we went to this house, and we walked in, and they gave us like free coffee, like pour over coffee, and then there were all these people, and we were chatting with them, and it was like a party but for coffee, and then you like donated for a cause, if you wanted to, and that was really fun, and all the people were so different than Los Angeles. I don't know if I'd say they were better, but they are way more like earthy and naturey and not as well dressed, and I love that. LA is so superficial and all aesthetic orientated, which is really fun. Don't get me wrong, it's really fun to care how you look and to feel hot. That is really fun, but Seattle was so different, and everyone was a transplant, which is really coffee shops during the day, which I love. I love so much. And then the next day we went hiking. We drove 2 hours to Mount Rainier, and if you actually go on my Instagram, you can see it there. It's in one of the posts. You have to see the photos. It was incredible. There was these alpine lakes and the mountain. It was so crisp and clear, and I was not in enough shape. My friends were real hikers, and they were gunning it the entire time, and I kept up, but I was tired. But we go all the way to the top of the mountain. We got that photo that you see, and then we go all the way back down into the alpine lakes. My friend swims in one, and then we all swim in the one that's closer to the car. And I prop up on a rock, and I journaled, which was really fun, and I took some photos, and I will make a whole other video of all of that, most likely on Patreon. So if you're not Patreon, join us there. But I took some footage, and I think I'll probably make a little vlog. We'll see. I have the footage somewhere, and it was just so beautiful. The water was so crisp and clean. It was freezing, but I was wearing Crocs because I didn't have water shoes, and I looked up and I saw the trees on the sky, and it was just so relaxing and peaceful and amazing. And that night we had a barbecue, and then I left the next day back down to California to stay with family. My family was like my mid-stop, and I drove down, but then I actually have this part in my film where the main characters sleep at a rest stop, and so I did that. I slept at a rest stop, which I don't know if you know what that is. It's on the side of every highway. It's where trucks and cars can pull to the side of the road, basically to sleep. And it basically is just a huge parking lot that has, a bathroom, and that's it. And so I went to the rest stop. I actually saw a cousin in Portland on my way back, and some friends that I haven't seen for years. Just stopped to say hi because they live there, and then I went to a rest stop, stayed the night, and that was so uncomfortable. My lord. I'm a tall boy, so being in the front seat of the car, I basically got no sleep. I then went to the back seat of the car, I curled up, I got really cold, and then I turned the car back on, and I was tired, but I was really happy I did it. And then I drove to California to stay with my family, and I stayed with them for around 5 days, which was fine. And then I went to back down to Los Angeles, and all of that fun jazz. And then I stayed in Los Angeles, back my home for a night, and then I flew over to New York City. So my whole road trip was around 2 weeks, and then I went to New York City because my short film Flowers, which if you haven't seen, I have a whole playlist on this channel that is called My Short Film Flowers. You can check it out. It is why this channel started. I will also post it on here one day so you can see. But it won. It didn't win, but it was in a film festival in New York City, and so I went, and that was a lovely experience. My parents came out to kind of surprise me, and they were there, and I stayed with all my old college friends, and they came to the premiere, and it was so wholesome and sweet, and it was the first time my parents had ever seen me as a director, because they showed the film, and if you don't know what film festival, it's a short film. It was 20 minutes, and they do blocks. So that one night they were showing 4 or 5 short films all back to back, and then they do a Q&A after. So I got to go on stage, and was a big deal for us to see each other. We did that, and then I went over to the East Coast and I spent some time with my family. And I'm still over on the East Coast currently, so it was really fun being there in New York. And then I came to the East Coast to basically work on my screenplay, and it's been a process. I have been trying to write every day, but I've been in a lot of processing recently in life, and I went into this whole road trip, and this whole trip, basically, my intention, because we're really into intentions on this channel, was basically to just experience this adventure, and a lot of processing has happened, a lot of growing up, and I'm trying to write, I'm trying to do what I set out to do, but there's just so much in my head about the future, about my family, about just everything, and I don't feel in a spot to write anymore, really, and it's really sad and frustrating. I think I'm learning some lessons, which is good, but I also am just trying to be easy on myself and figuring out my process, so that's my life. But I think, if you do art or anything, it's always an exploration of process and what works for you, and I'm proud that I carved it this time, because I thought this would work, and it might work in, like, tomorrow and stuff. I've just been kind of in a weird haze, I think, when you go back to family, after not being with them for a bit, it can be a little, startling, but I adore my family, and I love being with them, and I want to take this time away, but it's been a process of growing up, how about that, and, so it's not exactly what I thought it was going to be, but it's not a bad or good thing, it's just different, and so I've been kind of in a creative block, is what I'm saying, and I basically took these few weeks off to really work on my script, and I've done some of it, and I have drafts from previous months ago, but I'm in a spot right now where, I don't know, I'm being a little hard on myself, and I know, so I'm just, that, and I'm starting to look for new jobs, and a lot of the discussion that I'm kind of being evasive about, and alluding to but not telling you is, I'm trying to figure out my, career moves, work, figuring out if I want to be in the entertainment industry, if I want to be out, all this stuff, so it's just, if you're in your late 20s, or mid-20s, or even early 20s, you probably know what I mean when it's like, you can get so bombarded by options, and, reality shatters, and I'm realizing where I am in life, and, my values are changing, and it's all good things, don't get me wrong, but it's a little scary, so I haven't fully processed it, 'cause I'm still traveling, but we're working towards it, and I'm starting to get more comfortable with it, which doesn't feel amazing, so that is my life right now. I would love to hear about your life in the comments. Let me know if that relates to you at all, but I have a lot of things, and I really think therapy for this, but I have a lot of things that I've been kind of holding on to, values, and just how I view the world, and I've never really questioned why I view the things I do, why I take art so seriously, why, I live the life I live, and I'm starting to question all that, which is healthy and I think good. I'm starting to relearn my connection and relationship with art. Is it something very personal for me? Do I want to commercialize it? If I don't want to commercialize it, how are we going to make a living? It's all those things, and it's more experiences. I'm not being told these things, I've just been experiencing the impact of, if I don't do these things, what the side effects can be for family and life and all that, and so it's not a jolly rose time, but that's why, if you can ever donate to this channel, join our Patreon, or join, press the join button on the page, it really does help out, and it helps this channel does make a difference to any creator that you listen to. But yeah, I'm in a very, very silly spot, and before therapy it used to be like, man, this week like something's wrong, I need to fix it. And I am kind of in the mindset where I kind of see myself kind of like pushing this all off. But therapy has taught me like nothing is wrong. This is a normal process for 20-year-olds. And you know, you don't have to have the solution immediately. Just because you feel uncomfortable, just because you're realizing, oh, maybe things do need to change. You don't have to do it immediately. Don't do things out of fear. Give yourself time to process things, but that in itself can be really scary. Be really scary because you don't know how that's going to change you. And I am a little scared on how I'm going to change, to be honest. So I'm staying open, but it's kind of hard to write from a place of, you know, I'm already feeling like I'm changing, so to write this thing, I'm not in a grounded mindset, and maybe that's okay, but I realize when I write, I actually sort of disassociate from real life, which maybe isn't healthy. And I like live in the world, but I got pulled out of it. And when I was doing the road trip, I was like living in the world, and then I got pulled out of it back into my reality. So that's okay, but that wasn't what I was hoping would happen. And what's ironic is that is the entire storyline of my film. My film is about this guy that goes back and they drive all the way up the coast to a wedding. These two boys, and he basically relives his childhood, and basically reality hits him that he's older. He's like going back into his childhood friendship, childhood home to reminisce, and he basically realizes that it's no longer there, and it's a hard shift from being older and just realizing people that you thought were the same weren't. So yeah, that's everything that's kind of been up with me. I am gonna share more on Patreon just because that's a safer place for me to do so. But I know, you know, not everyone can always pitch in, so I thank you so much for watching this, and I hope you know that we love you, and whatever you're going through in life, I would love to hear from you. I do these videos because I love to kind of like keep track of what life is for me, but I also know, and I find it very helpful when I hear people tell their lives and talk about what they're going through, because sometimes it can feel very lonely, and that's why I started this channel, is I wanted to create a community where you know you're never actually alone, and we have done that. So if you want a community, consider joining our community, the Hive. Subscribe, like, comment. But if no one has told you, you are so loved, you are so special and important. Thank you for all the good that you do in the world. It does not go unnoticed. And I look forward to seeing you in my next video, my friend. I'm gonna be, that's never finished, but I'm gonna be in the East Coast until like October. So you won't see me back in my normal room until then. And I hope that's okay. I hope you don't mind. But have a really good night, and I'll see you soon. Okay. Bye. are doing very, very well tonight or today, whenever you're watching this. I wanted to catch you up on my life. It's been a little bit since we had a life update, so sit back, relax, and let me know if any of this resonates with you, but I want to chat about life, what I've been doing for the last few months. As many of you probably have noticed, I've been a little MIA sharing personal stuff on the channel. We've grown a lot in our last couple of videos. We grew, I think, like 2,000 because of the short film Flowers, which is my heart and soul. And if you never noticed, I have it back here. Probably can't see it because it's too dark, but that went viral, which is absurd. And please watch that if you haven't. I'm a sappy mess over it. I worked 2 years on it, so please go say hi on it. But life has been really crazy for me, and I share this not to scare you or make you feel bad for me or any of that, really. It's actually more so that if you are going through anything similar, it's to illuminate that you're not alone. So, with that said, let's get into it. Many of you know that the last few months I was traveling. There's a film I want to write. I'm a writer-director, and I was immersing myself in this road trip, and it was really fun at first. I took a film camera, and I was going all about it, sort of disassociating from my life a bit here in LA. I went up to Portland, Seattle, saw some old friends, just experienced life, and to make a long story short, I saw some family, and I went back to East Coast where I'm from, and did this whole 2-month extravaganza. And I went in with a mindset of I'm just going to experience things and maybe process it later. And I had really high highs, but I also had very low lows. I am 27. I am not well off financially. And I have been struggling a little bit with finances and direction in life. And the one thing that I know I love is art and filmmaking and YouTube. Well, I basically went home and I talked to family, and I tried to go back home to a place that I felt very safe at, to write, make art. I'm very lucky in the fact that I have a family that adores me and I adore them, and they were my safe place for a bit. But I kind of went back and I realized I didn't feel very much like myself, and I got very existential and felt like I was doing everything wrong in life, like I didn't have a job, I wasn't making enough money. I had all these chats with the family about financial futures and being financially stable, and I get it now. But it's really scary feeling like you have to give up dreams and things that you want. Like, for instance, I love making art, I want to write, I want to act. Yet, I don't always push myself to do those things, and I work as a barista now, and I work in entertainment, I do like production, and the entertainment industry's been so slow for 2 years that I've had to take up side gigs. But it's just, I'm barely kind of getting by, and I can kind of see everyone moving ahead without me, which is
a lot to process. So that's what I've been processing for the last 2 months. I have family that, and friends, people are getting married, people are in relationships, I'm single. And people kept asking me, like, what are you doing? And I said, I don't know. And I kept saying that because I don't. And it is so scary feeling like you don't know what you're doing with your life or where you're going. And I get that. But I also realized, and the scariest thing I realized, and very emotional thing for me to process, is that no one can save me from this except myself. I kind of went to my parents, I think, hoping and that they would have an answer. Oh, you feel like crap because you're not doing all this stuff, and they kind of did, but I put a lot of shame on myself for not wanting to accept the answers they gave me, if that makes any sense. Like, they were like, oh, you don't have a full-time job and all this stuff, and trying, working for work, and there's a lot of shame in knowing what to do, but not doing it, and not knowing why you're not doing it. So, I've been going to therapy. I did go to therapy for a bit. For like the last month or so. But I've just been processing a lot of information. Have you ever felt this in life where you're going about your day-to-day life and then you kind of weirdly wake up and you realize that the direction you thought you're going, you're not really going there anymore, and the people that you care about, their lives are changing and there's nothing you can do about it. I kind of learned all that in this trip that I did, which is very funny because that's kind of what my film is about. So it's just funny that I experienced the film, this road trip film that I was making, but I left home early because I wanted to get a new job. So I came back to Los Angeles, got this marketing job. It wasn't at all what I thought it was, and I quit, and I went back to coffee, although I kind of lost my job there, but just okay. I'm working there more part-time now, which might be for the best, but I am now on a TV show which ends in Thanksgiving. But yeah, I've been trying to re-find myself and re-ground myself a bit. I think right now in my life, and please tell me if this resonates at all, I feel sometimes I'm just so weird and isolated, but I'm trying to figure out my values and what's important to me, and something I've been realizing too, which has been a little difficult, is that I need to live a life for me and not for anyone else. I need to live a life where I think about other people, but I don't make the decisions of if I stay or go based on will they love me, will they not love me, because I don't think that's really fair to me or them. And I think I have forced myself to kind of do things because I'm afraid people won't love me or they won't care for me anymore if I don't. For instance, one of those that comes to impulse is staying in Los Angeles. Many of you know I'm not a huge fan of this place. I can talk about it later if you ever want to know why. But I basically, long story short, feel like I can't ground myself here. Everything is in such moving pieces and parts, and people put up facades here and they pretend to be people that they're not to become famous. It attracts all these fame-hungry people, which, don't get me wrong, I am also fame-hungry. I get it. I would be lying if I said I wasn't. But I don't feel connected to nature. But one of the reasons I think I'm realizing is, like, why do I stay? Is because I think, I work in entertainment, and my family, they can say I'm on TV shows, which is cool. I can say I've worked on TV shows. I also think about my friends that I've made here. I don't want to leave them, I don't want them to feel like I've abandoned them. So I stay. And I don't think that's necessarily the wrong choice, but I don't think that's a great reason to stay. Growing up is hard for me right now because I'm realizing that no matter what you do, you kind of have to say goodbye to people. And I'm so tired of saying goodbye to people. My heart can't take it anymore. Not to be sad, but I've been in a little bit of a lull emotionally, if you can tell. So I'm sorry if this isn't super positive. But I really respect transparency and honesty in videos, and so that's why I want to do this for you, just to know, like, I'm going through this, and if you are too, you're not alone. But it can be really overwhelming realizing that you're like have to let go of people. And I don't want to change. I don't. But I need to let myself change, because otherwise I'm going to be so angry and get so restless or relentless. And I think we get mad and we feel not at peace when we don't allow ourselves to change. Because let's face it, changing is scary. Like, moving is scary. Realizing you have to make new friends is scary. Realizing you might need a new job. Realizing, like, your priorities are changing. I just wish things would slow down and I would have a clear answer. And maybe my therapist said I need to meditate, so maybe I just need to meditate. And I should. And I could do that, but I will. But I've been really overwhelmed with life decisions and just scared, to be honest with you guys. So I've been just kind of like living with that, and that's why I kind of took a break from YouTube a bit. It probably doesn't feel like it, but to me it did. I've kind of posted some videos I've made a while ago or on Patreon. And I did those things because I'm realizing I need to reclaim my time for myself a bit to recenter. And I appreciate you guys allowing me to do that. Yeah, I can just feel myself changing, and I'm just uncomfortable, so that's where I am in life. I would encourage you to jump on Patreon, because I think I think over there I'll talk about my love life and all the little more emotional, all those stuff. So jump over there. If it annoys you that I split up these videos, let me know. But yeah. Yeah, so it's been a little difficult for me, and I'm still processing all of the things, and I'm not really going into it. I probably will go on Patreon. We'll see. I don't know. It's my channel after all. I guess I can talk about whatever I want. But I had some intense talks with family and stuff, which is good. We have a Discord on this channel, and I kind of mentioned it, gratitude and some wins and fails, and one of my things I'm grateful for is that I can hold, or no, a lesson I learned recently is that it's worth having conversations that make you uncomfortable. It's okay, because a value of mine, at least, and I wonder if it's for you, is like honesty and showing up how you actually are, not presenting for other people. And it's so sad when you show up as yourself and the other person does too, and you realize like you think differently or you view things differently. It's a really hard realization to have, but I'm really glad I've had it as I'm processing it, but it doesn't feel good. And I've been trying to work on feeling emotions and not judging them or analyzing them right away. And I would encourage you to do the same if you don't do that. But yeah, so I kind of came back here. I'm like trying to figure out work, get more stable. I made a budget, like Excel and stuff, trying to hit that. Then hopefully I'll get back into a good grind with YouTube, a good grind with writing, and just like future goals. There's a lot of things to be scared about in life, and I know that. I'm sure you know that deep down too. Getting older, finances, am I doing enough with my life? Something my therapist said recently was that ambivalence may never leave you in your life. And ambivalence, if you don't know what that means, ambivalence is, or to be ambivalent means to have two options that you can do and not knowing which one you should do. It's different than being indifferent because you care. It's like the opposite. You care so much that you don't choose. But she was saying that maybe life is always going to be like that, and it's kind of more not that you're going to get everything you want, but deciding what you are okay not getting or what you want. And I think I'm starting to realize that, because I can get a lot of things I want, but I think I'm starting to realize the cost of it. And I don't want to lose people that I care about. I don't want to lose myself either, you know? But this sounds so dumb, because we all lose ourselves, because that's how you grow, right? You have to lose yourself. It's okay if you do. It's okay. It was really weird, to be honest with you. Like today, I have never felt so crystal clear and present. Like so present in the day, and I think I'm just starting to realize I don't know where I just am. Like, it doesn't make sense, but just like realizing like there's nothing better or nothing worse to be doing. There's no right or wrong. It's just choices. And if you have any hard choices, like, just remember, it's just a choice. And it can feel very, like, paralyzing. I literally just said, I talked to my therapist about being ambivalent and being a little paralyzed. But something she said, it was our last therapy session, which I'm very sad about, but something she said was, being ambivalent doesn't mean that the decision is a bad one. The decision being hard to make doesn't mean that it's the wrong decision. a hard decision can be the right one. Just because it's not simple or easy to figure out doesn't mean that there is no hope, there are no solutions. We need life to be like seasons, like and I know this is getting very metaphorical, but I hope you're still with me. But life, I'm realizing you're gonna have moments where you bloom like flowers, wink wink. And then you're also gonna have moments where you are in winter, where you need to rest and rebuild and feel icky and question your life and not feel so hot. Maybe even feel like a loser. It's okay. You know why? Because it's just a season. And I think we need this to metamorphosize into the butterflies that we want to be. Instead of looking at how hard it is now, maybe we look at the future and look at, well, when we look back on this time, the hard times is when we grow and change the most. And wow, and what a blessing that is in life. And it's easier to look back on things because you know you made it out safely, but I promise you and myself that just because it's confusing and overwhelming and stressful doesn't mean you are dying. It's just hard, and you and I do hard. But I also want to encourage on this channel to create space for yourself and the respect for yourself to give yourself mental health days, to not judge yourself, judge your emotions, trust that you will process it later. You don't have to figure it all out right now. And allow yourself to breathe. And this was an intention of last year, or last month, but it was to like let go. What are you holding on to so much that's causing so much anguish and stress and worry? Why don't you just let it go? If it wants to go, it will go. If it wants to stay, it will stay. If it wants to go, it will go. If it wants to stay, it will stay. So, that's kind of a lot with my life. I'm going to share more on Patreon. If you like any of my videos, if you want to support my life, if you just like the channel, if you want to join a really cool community, we're really trying to build like one of really dope-ass human beings, people that want to grow and become their better selves and just have a family. I welcome you, and I would love for you to join us on Patreon. Patreon is a little bit more protective of a space where I can share more of my life and make videos for you guys that you enjoy. I'll also share most of my answers for the question videos that I make on this channel. So if you want to get to know more about me, go there. But that's kind of my life. Not a lot of factual, not like a lot of like things that happened, but I think you can kind of get a gist of my headspace recently. So it's been a lot of processing and a lot of figuring things out. So if you have words of encouragement, please put them down in the comments below for myself and others that are going through this. And if you made it this far, can you leave an emoji of our mascot, the bee emoji? I also want to plug that if you press the join button down in the video, you can actually grow your own bee and get early access to all the videos on YouTube. Just saying, but yeah. If no one's told you, you are so loved, you are so special. Thank you for all the good that you do in the world. And be weird, be kind, and be your silly self. Our goal is to encourage each other and the people that we love to be weird, to be our authentic selves, and to just feel comfortable being who we are. So thank you for allowing me to share this safe space with you. and I look forward to seeing you on my next video. Okay.